that better? I'm a bit confused. I don't know why it's not working. Saying the audio stream's bitrate is. I recommend that you use an audio stream bitrate of 128. Okay. So do that. Yes, you have microphone access. Oh, you can't? Okay. Well, there we go. Is it loud enough? Am I too quiet? I don't know. It was, for some reason, my, Alright. I'll go with that if everyone's good. Anyway, I was saying earlier before I found out my microphone wasn't working that OBS has updated their system. I use OBS to the open broadcasting in order to use my YouTube stream, and apparently they updated it, so now you connect automatically. It's convenient, but I had to completely redo it. Since I only do this every 6 months, I end up having to completely relearn how to stream every time because I keep changing it from last time. But yeah, I think my mic wasn't set proper. I think that was it. I like to start out these things, like my Q&A. I got about 10 viewers. I just like to go through my surveys, talk about what I've done last year, and just kind of answer any questions people have in the comments. You guys know, most of you are probably familiar, and if you're new, that's cool too. I like to show the website just so I could say, hey, this is what my website's supposed to look like, because I never really 100% know how you guys see things, and some people will make a lot of comments like, oh, your website's all janked up, and I don't usually know what that means, because from my point of view, my website looks fine. You guys don't get this bar. This is my, oh, you get this bar. The bar you don't get is when I sign in. I'm not signed into my account right now. So this is if you're logged out. There's a bar above this bar that I don't currently have. Anyway, I've been working on the sponsored chapters. I kind of mentioned that with my announcement. I'm live streaming today. I got books here. I don't upgrade the main homepage as much as I should. So, some of these things are a little janky or out of order. I know there's some public releasing that aren't in public releasing, and I think if you want to look at what novels I have, this is your main list right here. And if you want to know specifics about them, these are links. And there is right here summary, the tags, the book, as well as when I last released the last 3 releases. So you can get a sense of whether it's currently releasing, how often it releases. And that's most of my books. Some of the newer ones I haven't put in here yet. I haven't updated it 100%. But you can clearly see, these are all of them. And I got three lists right here. I got your list from your free, your ongoing, your memberships. And even the concept chapters have a basic summary and tags that you can play with. So I'm mentioning that because apparently a lot of people don't seem to realize this is an aspect of my website. A lot of people keep telling me I need to add things to my website that I already have, and this is kind of one of my few chances to say, hey, it already exists. You just need to look. On the home page, I sort things differently than I sort up there. I sort it by the release schedule. Here, I sort it by your wallet. These are all free novels you can read most of the way through. I think if there are ebook chapters, I lock them. Ongoing novels or novels that are at least partially locked, they might have a full volume locked or so, but they are releasing free chapters. And membership onlys, I don't have any chapters released for free, or theoretically shouldn't. Sometimes I forget to lock a chapter or forget to click that switch. Why do I have so many membership-only novels? Part of it is to encourage people to become members, but part of it is because some of the content, I know especially with Kindred Paradise and probably Master and Dragon, they're the kind of stories that would get me in trouble with certain people if they were too easy to see. Kindred Paradise, as a lot of you know, used to be by a different name. Patreon had a crap fit about it, and so I have to keep that one locked. I cannot. So one of my questions was, what chapter would you like to see unlocked? And I have to tell you, I can't unlock Kindred Paradise. It's impossible. If I did that, there's a potential they'd find out, and then I could lose my Patreon support. So it has to remain. Unfortunately, they're smart enough to look at your site and demand what you write, but they're not smart enough to ever actually pay for a $2 membership and get behind your locked doors. So as long as I keep things behind locked doors, I'm generally safe. So that's one of the reasons. Getting Lucky, I wrote specifically as a membership. It was always intended to just be an extra that was supposed to encourage people to become members. Most of these other stories are short stories or stuff I just leave locked because, I don't know, they're just, even if I unlocked them, it wouldn't gain me very much. It's not like it would gain fans. You'd just read it and then you'd move on. It's not like, a short, if I unlocked the Coitus Exchange, it'd only take a couple months before every chapter was out. And then people would move on, and kind of the whole point of how I get new members is I have stuff that's continually releasing, and people want to read what's coming next. And if you're already released everything, then there's nothing coming next, and that story is no longer interesting. And so, something like that, I just don't see an advantage to it. On the other hand, Automatic Girlfriend, if I continue to release chapters, I could totally see being free with that one. Getting Lucky is the other one. Like I said, Getting Lucky, I specifically started as a membership-only chapter just to be fun. Kindred Paradise would be free if I could, but I can't, and that's why I have so many membership-only chapters. Most of them I'd be happy to be free. Oops will probably become free eventually. Automatic probably free eventually. I don't think I'd ever make a Hero's Vengeance free. It's only 5 parts. And like I said, if I released it and gave it to people for free, it wouldn't do anything except make it for free and not have any incentive to actually become a member. I know most people aren't incentivized by the books they haven't read, but it also sells as an ebook and things like that. So there's other reasoning I have. Anyway, I tend to just go on and talk a lot. Here's, as the guy know, Monogatari. I have not contacted my illustrator in a long time. There are a lot of I have not ordered any new comics in quite some time. I'm not sure. I mean, the comics are about $60 a comic. That's how much I was spending on them. And I'm just not sure if, the $300 a month I was spending on it is worth maintaining. I've considered seeing if I can somehow do it with AI generation, but that's also going to take a lot of time, So, yeah, I don't know. When am I going to make a story similar to NTR Crush and Man of the House? That's an interesting question. Sorry, I only check my chats once in a blue moon. Interesting, which is good because you guys don't usually write too many comments. I don't. I mean, it depends what do you want. For NTR Crush and Man of the House, what part of them are you looking for? Are you looking for the family dynamic? Like a close-knit family, because Kindred Paradise would be very, very much family dynamic. It would be very much like NTR Crush and Man of the House in a lot of respects, because it's basically all about family. In fact, what I'm writing now, I Am My Own Grandpa is very similar. They're in a house. It's just a group of family members interacting off of each other, and the guy is going around banging his women. If you want more of if you're talking about being aggressively going after women, like World of Women is one of those stories. But I know a lot of people don't like the direction I went with it, because I went more fantastical than I guess a lot of people wanted a more grounded story in volume 1 and 2. And then at the end of volume 2, I kind of went off the wall and started introducing demons and stuff. And that a lot of people didn't like that direction. A lot of people love that direction. So there's people on both sides. But if you're looking for a pure relationship, I've thought about making a World of Women prequel. Once World of Women is over, I'm on the final volume of World of Women, which I'm sorry I'm writing very slowly, because World of Women is not an easy write for me. It doesn't flow out. Like some stories, I can just pump a chapter out easily. You probably noticed, because they're the ones I concentrate on first. Dungeons, the Women's Pleasure Dungeon is a lot of fun to write. If you say, what's my favorite creation? I mean, there's my favorite at the moment. There's some, I had a lot of fun creating. Last Dread Pirate, I had a lot of fun creating, but I reached a point in the story right now where I'm having a lot of trouble figuring out how I want to continue it, and that's kind of what's kept it from getting more chapters pumped out. I really like Women's Pleasure Dungeon. That's a lot of fun to write right now. So that's one of the ones that I keep pumping out chapters. That, and it's fun to make the AI images too. So it's kind of like two things I get to do with that one, which is fun. New projects are usually funner than old projects, just because you've been working on the old projects forever. So World of Women it can be a bit of tedious. Anything with a lot of baggage behind it, you write, and then you got so much background information you have to remember. It kind of bogs you down. When you're just starting a work, everything's new, so you don't have to worry too much about making plot holes or things like that. But the longer you write, kind of the more you get locked into the decisions you made previously, and then it becomes harder to write. So I mean, I've always said World of Women was a very difficult one for me to write. The Last Dread Pirate wasn't originally difficult. I had a lot of fun starting it, but I'm kind of been in a slog with that, which is why I never pushed that one. And I also go by what you guys like. If you guys push something or want something, that's usually what I focus on. And people haven't really been pushing on, Guy on a Spaceship. People haven't really been pushing on The Last Dread Pirate. So those have not been my focus. A lot of people like I Reincarnated in the Hero's Former Body. That one's not as difficult to write, but I guess it has a different kind of pressure on it, because it's like I have a a lot of people really, really, really like that story. It's one of the few stories I've started releasing on Scribble Hub that it actually does decent. And it's got kind of so much pressure on it that I'm worried I'm going to screw it up. Because, every other story I've had, there seems to be some point that a lot of people will just abandon ship and get really angry about it. World of Women, had a few scenes where people are just like, nope, I hate it now. Even My Dungeon Life had a bunch of scenes where people are like, nope, I hate it now. And I'm kind of worried. It puts pressure on you there with Ryan Reincarnated in the Hero's Former Body. What are my thoughts on MDL? My thoughts on MDL are it's kind of my trademark book. I wanted to write a book with very small chapters that I could release very rapidly. I wanted to see how that would go, because I was thinking it would be easier and bog me down less, and it's been successful. I tend to write more of it than I write of any other story, and I feel for most people it's like nobody's favorite story. Like, it's good enough, and because there's so much content, you're kind of inclined to want to be interested in it. But it doesn't, the amount of work I put into it compared to other stories, there are other stories that are more popular and have way less work put into them. And so that kind of makes me wonder what I mean, I have my plans for my dungeon life. That's not going to change. The chapters are so small that it makes it very easy to continue to pump out chapters, even if I'm not, in the mood. And so my dungeon life isn't one of those where I struggle to write and I don't know what to do. Once in a while I'll get into a rut, but it's not too bad of one where, where I only have to generate 500 words per chapter versus trying to, or 1,500 if I'm trying to write 3 chapters a day. But that's a lot easier to manage than when chapters where I have to write 3,000 or 4,000. That's kind of the big crux. A lot of the longer chaptered stories do better. Like most of my larger ones do 3,000 word chapters, and for a while World of Women was a 4,000 word chapter, but it became so tedious doing those longer chapters that I eventually couldn't maintain that, and then eventually ended up quitting it. But the smaller ones are just smaller chapters. You have to come up with less to fill your time, and they're easier to write. Anyway, let me go ahead and move on to the survey. We can just run through the questions and move from there. Yeah, MDL is my big flagship. Sure, it's brought a lot of people to my site, and I like it for that. It was actually, for those of you who don't know, 3-4 years ago when I started it, it was rejected. People don't want change, and every time I've tried to introduce a new novel, there's always been resistance. And you usually have to force it. If it's something I like, I usually have to force it through. So my dungeon life did not pick up until like 2 or 3 volumes in, because a lot of people rejected. They didn't like the small chapters. They didn't like that. But it was more the consistency, the reliability of release that just keeps coming out every day. That's made it popular more than anything I actually wrote in it. And I like that. And I know what a lot of other people like that. That is just, it's a very full novel that's just continually growing and growing, and it's from where it started to where it is now, you're just fleshing out this huge world. And I think a lot of the people that are haters on it, get to volume 5 and they just don't have an idea of the scope I was intending for the novel. They were like, his character hasn't changed by volume 5, and I'm like, yeah, that's because he's got 30 more volumes to go. He's still changing. But the same with the female characters. Like, this character has no personality. I'm like, you haven't had her in there very long. You got to get to know her personality. And I like to think a lot of people will say MDL, the characters have no personality, but I'm like, compared to the story I based it off of, remember, it's compared to slaves in a dungeon, or slave girls in a dungeon, where it's like they have a phrase word, and that's like that's their entire personality is they have their own coined phrase word, and I think the dwarf likes alcohol, and that's like it. She's a lolly that likes to get drunk, and like that's it. And meanwhile, I have characters that are like, Tara has a complicated relationship where she is afraid of the dark and afraid of being underground. She fears isolation, so she clung to the first guy that she wanted to be with, and she's not as interested in polyamorous relationships as some of the other girls, and so she just has a very distinct, like, this is her personality, and there's some words that only she would say. But I don't know, you have to get to volume 20 before you start realizing some of these things, or maybe I don't write it clear enough. I don't know. Survey. So I got 263 responses. That's really awesome. I did push this one a lot more on different sites to try to get more comments. I've been revising this every time I do it. I've had surveys for 4 or 5 years now, and I've just been kind of refining the questions, improving on it, trying to make it make more sense. Um, I was actually getting very few responses. The last survey I did only got 30. So I'm really happy here that I got 263. So we'll see. Where did you find out about my content? That's kind of one of the things I'm most interested in. Like, where are people learning about me? And it seems like Scribble Hub is the biggest spot. And that's actually shifted. It used to be Machine Sliced Bread. Like, Machine Sliced Bread was where everybody heard about me, because that's where I started writing, which is also kind of interesting, because I'm starting to switch into a lot of people not seeing me as an erotica author, because remember, I started on an erotica site writing purely erotica novels, and with MDL and Apocalypse kind of being my two flagship novels, at least, as then one of them doesn't have any sex and the other has a very, very limited amount. I'm getting more and more people who are actually against the erotica that I'm writing. They want to see less of that and less of a focus on that. And I think seeing that I'm Royal Road allows very little erotica. It's not an erotica site. I can't even post most of my books over there because they consider them too erotic. And then Scribble Hub allows erotica, but still it's not like a pure erotica site. It has a lot of different stuff. So seeing my fan base shifting here is kind of interesting, and that's because I've just had a bigger focus on releasing free stuff there than I have on releasing on Machine Sliced Bread for a while. But yeah, I started out here as mostly an erotica author. I don't want to be necessarily a pure erotica author. I like writing normal stories, but erotica's fun too. It's not like I'm against it. Seeing a few light novel translations is interesting, because I've only recently partnered up with them, and I really wanted to see how much that would help. You guys probably can't see this very well. Let me go ahead and give it the good old blow up. There we go. So yeah, there's light novel translations, and Google search. I don't think very many people from Wattpad. Even though, funny enough, Wattpad is where I really started. I started at Wattpad. I wrote Hotness, which is a story very few of you have shown any interest in. It's a female protag. I know a lot of people don't like female protags. It's a story that was making fun of reverse harem, and stories like Twilight. So it's basically about a girl who different guys keep falling in love with her at high school. So it's an angel, a devil, a robot, an alien, a time traveler, a werewolf, vampire, and so they all have a relationship with her, and it's pure joke. It's a comedy. You'd probably enjoy it if you read it. If you have any interest in seeing stuff like Twilight made fun of. If you're not interested in, if you want nothing to do with that kind of genre, then you might not like it. But this is the first story I wrote. I wrote this before I even wrote my erotica a long time ago. So, yeah, that was the beginning there. But nobody from Wattpad ever supported me. I tried to put my book up online, and yeah, no one. I didn't make a single sale. It was not something that ever went anywhere. All right. What do you typically read my content? I like to think most read it on my website. I know a few read it through Scribble Hub or Royal Road. If you're reading, I reincarnated single cell bacteria. Yeah, you have to read on light novel. There's no choice. If you want to read Women's Pleasure Dungeon, you have to read that on Machine Sliced Bread. I'm just doing that to try to once again bring people to my work, to get people introduced in it by having them they go to a place like Light Novels, or they go to a place like Machine Last Bread, chasing after some popular Japanese novel, and maybe they'll run into mine in the process. And that's kind of that's how I get people to read my stuff, is I kind of piggyback off of more famous or more popular writings that are being translated. And yeah, because I can't advertise. If I could advertise, I would advertise, but because of some of my taboo content, I get very blocked. Is there any direction I wanted to go with Moth but couldn't because you wanted to keep the realism? No. I mean, I actually think I went pretty far with it. I think, I was talking to a guy, so I've been redoing Moth, and I had a guy who's gone through and re-edited it and given me some comments, and I'm gonna try to rewrite. I'm gonna try to rewrite parts of it. It's gonna be broken up into 3 volumes. The ending is gonna be extended a little bit, and that's gonna be more. And I'm going to rewrite his character a little bit. I know a lot of people complained he was too feminized, and to me it makes sense that he's feminized. To me, when you're treated away, you're gonna start kind of acting that way. If everyone starts treating you like you're a baby, you're gonna kind of become a bit spoiled, and I feel like that made sense for his character, because a lot of people are like, well, at first he was really aggressive, and then he slowly became, and I'm like, wouldn't you though? I mean, if you were in a world where it was easy, and every woman was throwing themselves at you, you'd start trying less to have, you would become more passive, because you wouldn't need to chase after them. It would be easy. You would become kind of shallow and a bit petty. It's just like, these, to me, that's just what would happen. And a lot of people disagree with me on that respect. So I guess what I will try to write it so it's a bit more, puts him less passive. Like someone pointed out that I kind of made a comment about him, how he could fight, and he knew how to fist fight and things like that, and I felt that didn't fit with his character, and in later scenes how he's getting bullied around, and I'll try to fix that up and make I guess a more consistent sense. But a lot of that came from just having a bad memory, honestly. How many different stories I'm writing, and some stories it just becomes difficult to remember the throughput of the character from beginning to end. And so, like, I didn't remember at all that he mentioned he could do martial arts or whatever. But at the same time, he's a 15-year-old boy. How much martial arts did he have? To me, him saying that would be like any, oh yeah, I got a black belt, a little teenager. It's not impressive. It's almost like self-mocking, where it's just like, he thinks highly of himself when he's not. If you really take into the context of him being, a martial arts expert at 16. If he took 2 or 3 years of martial arts, he's like a yellow belt or an orange belt. And even if he was a black belt, come on. It doesn't mean he's going to be fine in a gang fight. He's, it's a completely different thing. So, anyway, I'm rewriting Moth. I'm going to try to fix some of that up so it is more soothing to all the people who don't want that level of realism, but who want more of a always super smart protagonist. Like, it won't be a ton. It'll just be like within the sex scenes, he'll be more dominant. Maybe he won't say as many passive things. A lot of the reason is, and you can kind of guess this from the beginning, that Moth is just a story to have these kind of scenes or these events happen. And so I try to shoehorn as many of these sexual interactions, these dichotomies between men and women, You know, every porn scene you can think of, you know, with a man and a woman, but then you flip the gender, which makes it funny and amusing, and I try to do that. So like with Moth, a lot of the sex scenes were there for the sex scene. They were there for to see, you know, just how flipping the genders changes the scene, and just how flipping the genders makes your impression of the scene change, and so that was the point, and a lot of people didn't like that because sometimes that point came at the expense of the story, and I understand that, and you know, I talked with my I had, like I said, I had an editor go through it, and I talked with him for quite a while about it, and I was very resistant to, because, like I said, there's usually a point when I do things. I feel there's a point to doing them the way I did them, and a lot of people don't like that because it's like, well, you should just do it to be liked, and I'm like, well, I mean, different people like different things, so when I write a story, I write it with a specific goal. You know, people complain my dungeon life doesn't have enough complex characterization, or it doesn't describe the scene enough, and I'm like, they're short 500 chapters story. That's how I wrote my dungeon life. I didn't write it to be very long and complex and have these deep things. I wrote it to be like a serial, and then you go to another story and it's very dark. It's like, oh, it needs to be less dark. I'm like, no, I wrote that story to be a dark story. And you know, I have so many stories available, you know, I can write different stories for different goals, and they don't all have to be the same. But I know when you're that doesn't do me any favors, because when you're a niche writer, the goal is to hit within your niche, right? And the more you hit your niche, you know, the more you collect people from your niche, and the bigger your popularity or your funding or whatever within your niche is. And I'm kind of somebody who likes to go outside my niche and put myself into different, so you know, that's why I have stories that are first person, stories that are third person, stories that are second person, past, present. Actually, I've been narrowing it down. I've been getting rid of most of the present tense that I did in the past. But there's I have science fiction stories. Most of them are isekai, most of them are harem. I'm pretty boring when it comes to that. But I do try to explore a lot of other things. Man of the House will end on a cliffhanger, and it might get a lot of this is like the final chapter. That could set it up for a second book. I don't think I will write that second book. I'm not convinced. Like I said, I was saying earlier, World of Women. The final volume's coming out, but I've thought about doing a World of Women 0. You know, because there's other anime that have come out with a prequel, and it would take place basically the first man to be born, and it would take place in a fantastical world, and it would only be a spiritual successor to World of Women. I'm not going to worry that all the timelines and characters and everything match up with everything that was said in World of Women, but it will follow a man in a world completely of women. In that story, if I did write it, it would have a lot of gender bender, and I like gender bender. I don't know. I know some people didn't like the gender bender parts of World of Women, but I don't see how you can write a story where a man is trapped in a world full of women, and he's the only man who exists, and his very existence could cause issues without having him dress up as a woman once in a while to hide himself. I just don't see how that works. But hey, I've thought about writing that story. I've even got a few intro chapters, but I was never that happy with the results. I'm still brainstorming it. Sometimes it takes an aha moment where I feel like a story just doesn't have enough to interest me. You know, there's just something in it that's missing, and once I figure out that missing thing, I can kind of carry it forward. and that's at least I haven't come up with that for World of Women 0 or whatever I want to do. If I wanted to do any other stories where it's gender bent like that, where it's women pursuing men, I mean, I consider it, but I can't just write that. I mean, to me, I have to have a story, because a lot of people come up to me, it's like, can you write a story like this? I'm like, but I have to have more to it, and I need to have some backing, some setting that is interesting enough to carry that story, because you're just talking about an element of a story, and I got to write the whole story that's interesting. So, sure, I can write a story about a guy who's... Because even Moth, the big sentimental about Moth was that he was in a house full of sisters. So it wasn't just that it was a gender bender, but that he was a guy who was trapped around women, and the dichotomy changed completely from there. And then, each of them are kind of different like that. Yeah, Power of Creation made a nod to World of Women back in the day. Just a joke that it had come from. And I'm actually going to take off of that concept for World of Women 0. It would be during the period of time where that chapter occurred, where women take baths in the in basically God's spunk, and that's how they get pregnant. But it's at a period of time in which it's becoming less and less like fertile. It's working less and less, so there's less and less babies being born. But basically, the story would be there is it starts with a woman who's like a commoner, but she spontaneously became pregnant. It's like virgin birth kind of thing. Technically, all the births are virgin in this world because they take baths. But basically, there's a religion, and the religion is you bathe in the pool of life, which is basically the spunk of the god from whatever event that happened in Power of Creation, or just a similar event where his life force took over, got spread across the world. Women bathe in it, and when they bathe in it, they have a chance of getting pregnant. But the bathing becomes less. So there's less and less women being born, and it's starting to become a problem where the church is afraid. And one woman who had a couple of kids already successfully, like she's a famous philanthropist or something like that, and so the commoner comes to her with a baby male. And she agrees basically to raise this male and pretend it was her baby, female baby. So a guy, and he's a reincarnated guy, so he has the memory of being from another world, from the point of being a baby. And so he's like, why is everyone calling me a girl? Why are they dressing me up as a girl? So he starts getting a bit of a complex because he's being treated like a girl his whole life, and he knows he's a man. But he regains his memories. I'm probably not from when he's a baby, but he starts regaining his memories as he grows up, and his realization he's a man. But he's being raised as a woman. He's being raised by basically a rich philanthropist kind of lady, and his real mom is a commoner who came to the lady in her time of need because she had suddenly had a baby. But you can't have a baby without the church's approval because you have to go in the pool. So if she didn't go in the pool, then she is basically an outlaw, which is why she went desperately looking for help. And so she ends up getting turned into the baby, the guy's maid. And so she's his maid. The mom is the maid. He does not know that's his mom. So he starts sexually advancing on her without realizing that she's his mom. So he's banging his maid. He's actually banging his mom growing up. And that's kind of the start of it. Like I said, it's a new take on World of Women that's going to focus more on an olden days fantasy setting, knights and stuff. But it's going to be all women. and he's the only man, but he has to dress, pretend, and when women find out he's a man, it's going to involve sexual shenanigans every time, and that's the story. Back to the survey. Or did anyone say anything? I was describing World of Women 0, which would be a prequel to World of Women if I wrote it, which would have much of the same from World of Women. The idea is I wanted to bring back a lot of the flair that World of Women Volume 1 had, because a lot of people really like World of Women Volume 1, and they didn't like where it went after that. And so I wanted a story going back to a tight-knit mansion with a boy who's going to be aggressively chasing a bunch of women. Yeah, it would be WoW Fantasy Edition. That's what I hope to write after WoW Volume 5 is finished, which is the final volume of WoW, and then Enslaved I would be working on too. So it might be Enslaved Volume 4, then trying and seeing it. But that would be the closest story I'd have to. Someone was asking about writing another Moth. What story introduced you to my works? That's exactly what I was saying earlier. My dungeon life is where the vast majority of people came to me. Now, I am surprised by this, that a lot of people came in through Tales of Seductress. Now, I know Tales of Seductress is good. I mean, it's attracted a lot of people. A lot of people like this story. The trilogy is become a quadrilogy. My original plan was just the first book. It was the first book was supposed to end it, and I was kind of happy with how it ended. But I got suckered into writing more. The second book ended up getting extended into 2 books. The Tales of a Demon Queen actually ends where I originally intended book 2 to end. So book 2 just took twice as long to write as I originally planned. So book 3 or book 4 is going to be what book 3 would have been, and it's nothing new. I've had the story worked out for a long time. It's just a matter of getting it finished. I think book 4 is just going to have a lot more perversion of the court. It's going to be a lot like book 1 in that respect, where it's going to be a lot of her sealing contracts and deals and stuff by using her body, and ultimately to fulfill her plans, which you will come to understand as you read the book. And that's Tales. When am I going to start it? That's a good question. I got so many other projects going, and some are going to finish sooner than others. I don't know. Maybe the survey will help me tell that. Is Tales of Seductress good? Some say it's incredibly good. Like, it's a dark read. It follows a woman. Basically, she's teleported to another world, and she becomes a class that levels through sex. And so it's a woman going out and exploring her sexuality in about every perversion that I could stomach writing. And it does do as many perversions I can think of. It even has a male homosexual scene, although I've only written one. But it also has scenes with various other things. The second book, I wanted it to have more scenes with demons, and it's possible I might rewrite some of those scenes to kind of stress, because in the first one it was all humans, so I'm kind of like in the second one I wanted it to be an assortment of different demons, because basically it's putting any kind of imagined dick in her as possible. So, she has sex with a slime, she has sex with a goblin, she has sex with pigmen, she's, basically done every monster, and, it's the first book was pretty good with that. The second book, because my writing, like I had to take a break, and there were several breaks throughout the writing, and it came a lot slower. The first book was almost written all at once. Like I wrote chapters almost daily, and it came out so quickly that it was very clean, and it was a very clean novel. And the second was a lot messier because it took a year and a half, 2 years to write. And so that's some of the issue that came with it. But it's it's supposed to be, it's the first novel most people really love. The second novel and third novel, a lot of people like. It's probably not as good. And like I said, I know why it's not as good, because I didn't write it all at once, and I didn't quite achieve my original goals. It ended up being a lot more bloated than I intended, and I think at that point in time, Men was becoming everybody's favorite character, and so I was trying to get more men in there, so that kind of affected the story a bit, until I finally decided to axe her and just knock her out of the story for a while. And now a lot of people don't like her character. But she will have an essential part to the end, or he, if you'd rather, because it's a character gender bends into a man throughout the story. So it's a transgender character. I'm progressive. Yay! No, I don't care about that kind of stuff. But that is what she is. How people access my content. A lot of public. Versus Scribble Royal Road. Yeah, not much to say there. How well do you know Whatsawhizzer works? I read as much as I can. So I actually had this divide you guys based on how much you read. If you're read that you haven't even finished one book yet of mine, I kind of sent you to the end of the survey, and for the people who are literally have never read a book of mine and only clicked because it's like, ooh, a button to click, I also send them to the end of the survey. So basically, this question was just to get rid of these people. So all of these people like haven't contributed to the rest of the survey. I just kicked them to the end. I think I asked them just a few questions, like, do you know who I am? And that was it. We'll see that question later. Were you previously a paying? Yeah, so this divides people. If you pay, you would have ended up in a different part. For previously paying people, I just wanted to ask if they do it periodically, or if they're never were paying. For people who have paid before, I just kind of wanted to see why you left. I think for most people, I get two responses. Either they want the story they enjoy releasing faster, or they just don't have the money. And both are fair. I mean, I write what I write, and I don't feel like there's much else I can do about it. With these, I put other as an option because I don't want you to... If you notice in some of these where I leave other, the way Google works, if you put the other option, people will just be able to write whatever they want, and you end up with all of these random responses. Now, people finding me off of Kindle is interesting. I would never consider that an option. That somebody would have found me off of Amazon, but that's that I might add that next year. Try to remember to add that as an option next year, because I never really considered somebody would have found me off of Amazon, but I guess some people would. And I don't know what yeah, I know some of my stuff's been turned to Spanish, so a Spanish speaker finding me is kind of interesting too. Anyway, I don't usually like these because I end up with like 150 answers and it becomes a mess. And 150 answers doesn't answer anything, and so I sometimes I just put other as an option, just general other option, as just an overflow for people who just don't like any of my answers. But yeah, this is about what I expect. can't afford her. And there's only 7 people who responded anyway. And then I was asking what it would take to become a member again. Tend to work for works to be done, and binge reading. Yeah, nothing really to get people back. I guess I could take that as reassuring. This was this specific question appeared if you specifically asked or selected that what was it, that you don't like the payment options, because there's a lot of people who don't realize. I've had people in the past who've come up to me and said that the only reason they don't become a member is because they don't have a payment option that works. And so if you had put that selection, you would have come here, and I don't see anyone who ended up here. And that would have just been to tell you that that I do have payment options you can use. That I accept Bitcoin, I accept all kinds of stuff. I do have limits on setting up manual stuff, but I'm willing to work with you if you want to be a member, and that's not a problem. You just got to be able to contact me. Speaking of which, if anyone is having trouble getting through Patreon, I get messages every now and then logging into the Patreon link. The solution is usually unlink your Patreon and then relink it. You might have to do that 2 or 3 times. That's the same with Subscribestar. If you have a yearly membership, it won't connect and you're seeing an error. That guy's supposed to be fixing it. I gave him till the 15th to fix it. That's tomorrow. And if he doesn't have it fixed by tomorrow, I'm talking to Fiverr about it. Like I reported him. He promised he was going to repair this stuff, and he has not repaired this stuff. He's continually giving me empty promises, and it's at the end of my rope. I've given him almost a year to resolve. I paid him $1,500, $1,500 to just create those link buttons that allowed Patreon and Subscribestar to work, and he took close to 6 months just to get what he got working. And he has promised me. He made a lot of promises to me. He promised me that he was going to resolve all of this. He promised. He was saying that he'd be my personal website maintenancer because of all the trouble he gave me coming in. That he would do that for free, and he has not looked at my site or attempted anything. Every month I talk to him, and he's always responsive. He hasn't ghosted me, which is more than I can say about some people. The people who made my app, the reason my app's not non-functioning, he did a very similar thing to me, except he actually ghosted me. Just flat out ghosted me. And by that point, I didn't have Fiverr anymore to be able to use. An event happened, and I ended up losing my access to Fiverr, and I had to make a new account. So I was not able to recover any money from my app, and my app was like $2,000, that non-functioning app. So it's a lot of money trying to get some of these things up and running, and there's a lot of unreliable people you can hire, which is why I'm not doing that, or not some things I want to get them forward. I just have not had any luck, and that's some of them. Like I said, tomorrow I'm gonna be talking to Fiverr again, and it's gonna be up to them. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get any of my money back. It might just be he gets punished and gets a 1 star, which isn't gonna help me, or the $1,500 he extorted out of me. But it is what it is. I mean, he gave me a functional system. It's just half broken. It has issues. From what I know, it has to disconnect every month. Usually on the 1st, I will disconnect all of your accounts, so you have to reconnect. That is just how the system works. It's not supposed to work that way. It's supposed to auto-check, but he never built anything like that. He was supposed to come back later and fix it, and he never did that either. He begged me because he needed the money or whatever, and I said, fine, as long as you finish things. And then he just kept pushing everything off, and it's been, like I said, about 6 months since our Fiverr contract finished, and he still hasn't gone through. But that's what's like working with people on Fiverr. I've recently been looking for a new editor because my last editor ghosted me as soon as I hired her. This is why I can't get V16. You know, people are like, where's the ebooks you used to put out? I don't have a reliable editor. I don't have anyone of the skill I need. I mean, there's volunteers that help, but they're not usually up and up at the level I need to get an ebook finished. And they'll agree to work, and then they'll ghost me. They won't do the work, and some of them will drag it out a whole month before they just don't put through what they're supposed to put through. And you know, I put out an ad, and I'm pretty cheap for what editors want. A professional editor you would have for a professional book wants about 5 cents a word. And that's a freaking lot. 5 cents a word is you know, that would be $500 per MDL volume. So just to get my entire MDL, let's go ahead and do the math on that. Just to get my entire MDL translated, optimistically, what are we at? 25 volumes. It'd be about $500 each. It'd be $12,000, $12,500. That a minimum. That's optimistically small to just get that one series translated by an editor. And yeah, so getting a book out every month and needing to dump $500 or more into it is kind of crazy. And so I try to it might be more. I might be even thinking wrong. Because wait, if it's 100,000 and then it's 5 cents a word, it's gonna be that, and then it's gonna be 100 divided by 100. No, it's 5,000. $5,000. Add a zero to that. That's $200,000 to do the entire series. That's what they want to charge. I was thinking I would pay 500, and I'm like, no, it's 5,000 that they want. No, what I charge, or what I do, is 0.3, 0.3 pennies per word, is what I was willing to pay people. So 0.3 times 100,000 is a 30,000 pennies, which would be $300. Yeah, $300 is I'm willing to pay $300 to have one of my volumes edited. That's not good enough for them. They want 3,000. They want 3,000. In fact, if you go to my Reddit page, they somebody, like, if you go to the post I put up, they're saying I'm trying to get slave labor. Like, they're genuinely angry that I'm posting looking for 0.3 pennies. And yeah, that's how much they want. They want $3,000 a month to edit my books, optimistically, and that's clearly not something I can afford. Clearly, so it might get to the point where I'm just gonna have to stop having editors. I'm gonna have to do a very rough edit of my own, back when I was doing Power of Creation originally. I'm gonna have to go through, do my own version of a rough edit, and then it's just gonna have to go up like that. Now all my stories have been edited. I mean, they get edited, but like I said, they're volunteer editors who don't necessarily catch as much or are as aggressive as editing as I need for a finished product. But I can't afford. I mean, they want more to edit my work than I make writing it, and it's just not something I can do. Well, that's what I said. That's what I hire. I to answer your questions, and I'm just checking for spelling errors. I mean, there are different types of editors, but all I wanted two editors. I wanted a proofreader whose job it is just to quickly reread my work and make sure there's no mistakes in it, after posting it. So I used to have a guy who would go behind me and check my work, and he wasn't 100%. I don't even know how much he ultimately corrected in the end, but he was a really good guy, and I really liked him. He was the kind of guy, if he didn't feel like he had worked that much that month, he'd tell me, and then he'd just say, "Don't pay me this month," and I'd be like, "Okay, that's fine." I mean, he was a really good guy, but he actually got really sick, and I'm not even sure how he's doing right now because he couldn't keep up with the writing anymore. I had offered to pay him more if he became my loyal writer, but I would happily pay more. That's the thing. I would pay more if I knew I was getting somebody capable of giving me the ability that I need. Because I've hired people on for $1,000 a month or $1,500 or whatever, and they are crap. They don't do any more than the people you hire for $200, and so I'd rather not even bother asking for higher numbers because I know I'm not going to get it. And even on my Reddit, I doubled the amount I offered. I originally wanted to hire one editor who did all of my editing job. I wanted him to do my proofreading on my posts and my manuscript reading. And then I decided, you know what, I'm going to cut that in half and I'm going to do two. And so I'll hire one editor who's just responsible for proofreading, and another editor who's the manuscript. And I increased how much I was originally going to do 0.15 pennies, but I did 0.3 pennies. And then I still got called a thief or a slave laborer or whatever, like just an exploiter for wanting that much. But yeah, that's what I've been dealing with, trying to get an editor. Because I want one editor to be... It'd be nice to have two editors. I'd like one editor to proofread everything, just when I post stuff, to go behind me and correct any errors, to look at your guys' report corrections and to make sure those are done in the comments and things like that. And then I would like one guy to take manuscripts and do a full dive into them. And I don't need... Like, some editors will be like, I make it more sellable, or I make it more readable. They're others, but all I care about is spelling, grammar, and continuity errors. Just like you said, I don't need more than that. And I'm already very good at writing. Like, my stuff from the first draft is usually better than most writers are on their third draft. And on top of that, like I said, I usually have at least one or two editors go through it on the website before you get your manuscript writing. So my stuff is pretty clean. It's not like garbage you have to turn into something you read. So I feel like my prices are pretty justified, but I don't know. The editing market's pretty freaking crazy, the editor market. Like, I'm getting basically forced off that Reddit page because people are downvoting me because they want more money. But I don't know. At some point I might just have to say, you know what, I can't get an editor. It's not going to work. I'm kind of waiting for AI to get to the point where you can get an AI editor who's just going to do what that you can slowly train and specialize. Well, that's the funny thing. I'm a successful book author. I write... I make $100,000. Well, I used to. I don't anymore. I used to make six figures. Since the last 2 years, I'm about half that. So if people are curious what I make these days, I make about 50,000, which is still nice. It's an American economy right now. 50,000 is basically poor, but I'm doing all right for myself because I was making more for a while, and I had a lot of bad things happen. I had put a lot of money in Bitcoin, and so when I forgot what company it was, when that company screwed everybody over, my company. I wasn't one of their people, so I didn't lose everything. But I had my money in someone supported by those people. And so they went bankrupt. And I lost $10,000 in Bitcoin. So that was fun. And and I also lost more money. Another account ended up collapsing, so I lost another $4,000. So I lost a lot of the money I invested when I was actually making money during the COVID, during the 2000s. I lost a lot, and right now I make better than teacher. Yeah, that's very true. But but I'm not making what I used to. Anyway, what was I saying? I was saying they must think I do. I'm still one of the more successful. Even making $50,000 a year, I'm still one of the more successful authors. But that's when all your success is on one or two books. I quantity over quality. I don't think my quality is fine compared to some books, but I'm certainly on quantity, and so a lot of my books are stretched over, 1,000,000 words, so I can't, focus on the one. It would be nice if I could write one book and I ended up making a ton of money from that one book, but it never seems to work that way. What's the favorite story from what I've written? My Dungeon Life, pretty standard. World of Women, Tales of a Seductress. Yeah, it seems to. I'm actually, like I said, I'm very surprised. Tales of a Seductress is actually hitting to be number 2 on my site. That's unexpected for me, because for the longest time it was not. There were other stories that have done better with it. It seems to have a cult following, and it kind of it's growing very slowly, but it's continued to grow, where a lot of other stories have just fizzled out. Like Enslaved, nobody mentions Enslaved anymore, but Enslaved used to be everybody's favorite. I mean, Enslaved was the story, and it never really had a falling out like World of Women, where everyone started hating it. So I don't know, other than the fact that I haven't been releasing in chapters, why Enslaved has kind of fallen off the world. Maybe that's just it. Just because it's not had any new chapters. Now this is interesting. I've never seen Timefall Saga have one. This is actually... Yeah, I said Hotness was my first book. Timefall Saga is actually my first book. That's the first book I've ever written, period. I just never put it online until more recently. And it was, I would love to finish it. I think the name sucks. I think I probably should rename it something that would attract more readers. I'm also not sure if I need to change other things. I wrote it very similar to Wheel of Time. I was not writing erotica at the time, so it doesn't contain erotica, and it won't in the future, hopefully, if I ever pick it back up and finish it. I had a 5-book series worked out in my head, and I'm only about halfway through book 1, but and that used to seem so unapproachable, but now that I've written so much, it probably wouldn't be that difficult if I picked it up. I know nobody has any interest in it. At least when I was releasing the chapters, I released, 40 chapters, and nobody looked at it. And that's kind of really where it comes down to. If I release 2 chapters and I get just tons of support for something, and then I release 40 chapters of something else and just nobody cares, I mean, that's what's happened. Oops, I banged my bully's mom. I released 2 chapters and I still have people going on and on. Oh, you gotta write more, write more, write more. But then I'll, put out a ton of chapters, 40 chapters of Timefall, and nobody even knows it exists. Requiem to the Stars was similar. Just nobody even knew it exists. And those are my sci-fi ones. Some people say, oh, you need to write sci-fi. I'm like, I wrote sci-fi. No one reads my sci-fi. I have not read comments on this, by the way. I have no clue. The last time someone came over here is when I mentioned it in a Q&A 3 years ago. That's funny. So you can say it's still in my mind, because it is one of my original books. So it was like, that was in my mind a long time ago, and I would love to see it fleshed out. But it would involve not focusing on something you guys want and focusing on something I want, and that's would be fine if I wasn't currently living paycheck to paycheck. So I'm reading the more recent question. I want to ask something about your current series. Most of what you write is erotic, but it is not. It's not easy making money, and Apocalypse does not have any erotic in it. Not there. It has sex. It fade to black sex, but it does not have descriptive scenes of anything. It has Eki to an extent. I mean, it has the ugly abuse of a wasteland. So there's sex slaves and things like that, but it has not had any erotic on it up to date. All right. When I Am My Own Grandpa is finished, it is not a long story. Somebody paid me to do it. It'll be 20 chapters, 3,000 words each, max. It might even be less than 20 chapters. It might only be 15 chapters. I'm not sure. It's not intended to be a long story. I already have it written out. It's just like Coitus Exchange and Master and Dragon. I know how I want it to finish, and I don't think it'll end up dragging on like Master and Dragon did, because I have a fairly clear vision, and it's not complicated where it might end up running long. So it should be done in about two or 3 months. It should be done by summertime, I think, is even what I mentioned in the survey. After that, what do people want in the place? That is the major question, and it looks like Tales of the Sex Goddess. So that's probably what'll happen. I know there's a lot of other people mentioned. They want something else. This is just a throwaway answer, because I knew some people wouldn't be happy with the options I gave them. I didn't, even if you had another option, I didn't care to listen to it, so I put something else not listed. If you want to throw your answer away because you didn't like anything there, that's fine. I don't care. I know you guys probably had some other idea in your minds, but yeah, I'm going to do Tales of Six Guys. I'll bring that back up when I Am My Own Grandpa's gone, and that'll be the final book. And when that final book's done, then I can finally move on to something else. So that's what I'm almost certainly going to do. Sadly, I won't pick up one of the other ones. It looks like the next one in line is something else, but I don't know what something else is. So it's, oops, I banged my bully's mom. I don't know. We'll see how likely that one is to be picked up. What stories in the members interested? This one I'm kind of interested in, because I just want to see how much some stories have a pull to get people to become a member, and it's actually interesting seeing Harem has been rising up. Harem, if you don't know Harem was a card game that I was gonna make, and I actually spent so freaking long dealing with illustrators, trying to get decent illustrations, and I was never happy with the illustrations. And now with AI to the point it is, I could probably blow through like all this effort to do these illustrations. Like, here's the original illustrations, and I could take those and plug them into the AI and get something way better, just so much hotter. And I ordered a second round and tried to get it again, and then this person was not an erotica author at all, illustrator at all. Did not look very good to me. I don't know, maybe you like them. I don't like them. And then I hired once again another person who I don't think I actually ever finished, but they were decent. That's not bad. That's pretty decent. But I don't remember why, but halfway through I stopped hiring them. Either way, I think I'm gonna have to. I don't know why that's supposed to be a wolf tail. That looks like a freaking cat tail. Anyway, it was supposed to be a card game, right? And it was the Harem card game. And the idea is It's basically like solitaire, although I do have a versus mode that I've considered. Here's the official card. This is what the card would look like. More realistically. And the idea behind the card is basically you get resources. Basically, you get a deck of cards. It's 10 waifu cards and 30 resource cards. And then you spend resources to win waifus. And so, based on the order you win the waifus, every waifu is going to have something that affects your ability to gain new waifus. And there's going to be different requirements. So the idea is you're trying to win every waifu with the available resources. And so the game would be pretty easy to change the difficulty. If you found it too hard, you can either get rid of some waifus or you could add more resources. And if you wanted it harder, you can get rid of some resources or add waifus. And that's basically a game. It's just like an easy solitaire. And then the versus version of it would be you'd be trying to win the majority of the harem from the other guy with the resources given available ability. The reason this has not progressed at all, other than the art issue, which is, like I said, resolved now with AI, I could easily pump out better art. The reason is because I haven't been able to find a programmer, and I want to be able to develop a card playing app that would allow me to do this more easily, to be able to check and play with the numbers in order to get a balanced game. I wanted to be able to add my own cards into it and pull cards out of it, and then be able to run the deck a few hundred times. And basically, once I got the game created, I would send the game to I would start a Kickstarter or an indie gala or something and try to raise money. And based on how much it raised money, it would determine how much I made out of this card deck. There is a story that accompanies it. That's the harem story. That's what got me talking about this was harem, interracial love and dating. Basically, it's a pretty silly story. A guy gets hit by a car who can't find a job, and the girl who hit him hires him at her dating service. So he's basically a dating rep that helps match people, and the people it's an interdimensional. So these are people from other dimensions, and so he keeps getting handed the cases that are, women who can't find a good man for whatever reason. I think the first woman he encounters is like an immortal enchantress who is basically the sovereign ruler of her entire universe. because of her immense power, she can't find a man on her level. And so, he goes and tries to find her across dimensions, a lover that'll suit her, and it can be anything from abstract existences to, demigods to things like that. And every dimension she goes to is different. So there'll be a dimension that's in the middle of a zombie apocalypse where the zombies have taken over, and so it's a survivor of a zombie. And then there's another one that's, fantasy magic, and then another one that's modern day, but they're animal people, and that's kind of how the story is supposed to unfold. And but basically, as he looks to find them a woman, a lover or somebody through the harem thing, the girls all end up falling in love with him, and then start hiring him as an excuse to make dates instead of actually having him look for other people. At least that's how it's going to go with the first girl, and each girl will be like a 10,000 word part. So that story would be kind of the background information to the harem card game on top of it. But yeah, that's I would love to see that go through, but I need a programmer and I don't have one. And that's been my long running issue there. Yeah, I do want to rename sex trafficking. That is a plan of mine. It's gonna be a pain in the butt. I'm rereading sex trafficking now. It's actually a lot better story than I remembered from when I wrote it. Uh, I would like to rename it. It probably will be renamed the one that won in the post. I can't remember what that is. My Discord has it. Discord. It's called post surveys. Demon World's Brothel. It'll probably be called Demon's World Brothel. Renaming it's going to be a pain in the butt, but I'll because it's 70 chapters or so. In fact, just rereading it, I've been rereading the entire series, so I remember what happened because someone hired me to write 5 chapters, and even though it's probably one of the quickest and easiest ones to write 5 chapters, I don't remember anyone's I don't remember enough about what happened in it. So I have to reread the whole thing, and I'm finding a lot of plot holes I made as I reread it too. So I'm fixing those. I have not had an editor go through that one. Remember that story was always a interim story. It was always just an extra thing I threw together to go between other novels when I needed a break and I needed something light. But it's actually pretty good. Like I was surprised at how good the story is. So yeah, I guess renaming it might get more people to read it. I would also really like to do the waifu, the harem deck too, but I need to find somebody who's willing to do that. And none of that's going to happen when I'm currently making what I'm making. So really I'm hoping that my memberships and popularity rise up, that some book gets big somewhere and it gets my name going and I get it back up to 100,000 because I really can't afford to do very much right now. Even just finding an editor is kind of the limit to what I could afford. I mean, when I was at my prime, I could throw away a couple grand a month on random projects, but now I can't do anything. I need to make more. And you can see with throwing couple grand doesn't necessarily always get me something nice. Because, like I said, just for that Patreon button, I'm suffering, and I have the app that doesn't work, and the guy ghosted me for the app. So, a lot of stuff hasn't worked out for me. I'm notoriously unlucky as a human being. This has been my entire life. So I've been extremely blessed to have you guys supporting me here. Because my entire life up to before this has been a series of just unlucky misfortunes. Like nothing ever works out my way. So it's been nice being able to do this much. I mean, I would have been screwed during COVID if I had not been lucky enough to be doing this at the time. Because I had to watch my kids when they were at home, and there's just been no way. So this job kind of saved my life, because I don't know where I'd be at right now if I didn't have your guys' support. Which story would you like to see released publicly the most? Oops, I Banged the Bully's Mom. It probably will. I'm putting it behind blinders now because maybe it'll attract more members, and it seems to be very visible among free readers right now. So I'm hoping to use it to attract people. I already got 2 stories I'm basically giving out for free here. The Women's Pleasure Dungeon. I'm not locking that up, so that's a totally free story. And Bacterium, or I Reincarnated, isn't a free story, but it's pretty free. It's only like the last 4 chapters that are locked. Why are you currently in? Can't afford membership? That's fine. That's what I expect. Most people can't afford membership, or simply do not want to. That's cool too. I don't fault anyone for not being a member. If you're not a member, you're not a member. I do like to know why. I like to see how bad it is. There's people who, it doesn't matter how fast I would release. There's always someone who would think I would release too slow. And there are, just some stories I'm not working on right now. And feel like, oh, it'll never get worked on. I've been pretty reliable about going back and getting stuff done. I mean, you guys have seen that I'm not, you know, someone who abandons projects per se. Um, I mean, there are some novels I don't know if I'm ever going to get done, but, just because of the scope of them versus how much I'm working on them. Rise of the Midnight King, for example. I mean, that's probably one of those stories that's going to end up with 3,000, 4,000 chapters. And I don't know if there's ever a time I'm going to be releasing it fast enough that I could get that stuff. If I got to the point where there were enough support for Rise of the Midnight King where, most of my money was coming in for that and everybody wanted it, I would release it daily. I'd happily release something like that daily, and the problem is that so much of people's interest in my stuff is divided up into so many different chapters that it's like this. That's why I said I kind of sell myself short by being so diverse, because I don't have any focus on specifically one thing. I mean, if any of these questions ever came out with one thing at 70%, I would go through that thing. There would be no hesitation. I'd be like, all right, I'll focus on that then. You've told me what you want, and that's what you want. But that's never the case. There's never a case where anything just flat out 100% wins. I mean, this is actually pretty good. This is pretty much saying, yes, we want this game. And once again, this only had 3 or 4 chapters in it at the time. I think I'm at chapter 6 now. But this has gotten super popular just because of the name. Meanwhile, other stories I've written with 50 chapters and nobody cares about. So, I don't know. It's weird sometimes. I know the names sometimes just do it, and Oops, I Banged My Bully's Mom is certainly a name that gets people's attention. And maybe I need to rename some of my stuff. Sometimes my naming sense is very bad, and sometimes I do it on purpose. Sex Trafficking for Dummies, for example, was intended to be of poor taste, but it does sell me shorter. It does cut me down sometimes. Why are you currently not a member? We already went through that. Okay, so this is the big thing, or the big question of the survey, and this was, I want to try to redo how memberships are done. And the way I want to redo them is I want to basically get rid of the $2 tier. I want the $5 tier to be the $2 tier. I want the $10 tier to be the $5 tier, and I want the $50 tier to be the $10 tier. And I don't want to completely get rid of the $2 tier. What I want to do instead is create a per book tier. And I thought about just making it $1. And the only reason I don't want to make it $1 is because if there was some way to be able to allow you to do it a book $1 and for you to do multiple books up to 5 books, I would do that for you. But there's no way they have that set up. And at $1, they're taking 70% of the pay. I would only get 30 cents. At $2, I get $1.30 or something. They've upped the price. It used to be $1.50 I get, but now it's like $1.30. PayPal's getting more and more expensive. They want more and more of a cut, which is dumb if you think about it, because the more people that use their service, the more money they make. So why do they need to up the cost as well? But whatever. I need to up the cost apparently. So my idea is to like I said, to do these $2 tiers. There'd be like 5 $2 tiers, and they would focus on basically my most popular works. There'd be a My Dungeon Life one. There would be and they would give you access up to early access. So they would give you all the chapters. I thought about having them also give you the ebook chapters, and that would be possible. but I don't want to do that because then $2 would give you something unique that $5 wouldn't, and I don't want to encourage people to go from $5 to $2. So I might, I don't think I can do that. So I can't give you ebook chapters, but I can give you all the chapters of $5 and under. So I can give you the early access chapters, and I can give you the lock chapters. And they would just be for the one book. So there would be a My Dungeon Life tier. There would be an Apocalypse. It's not easy making money in the Apocalypse tier. There would be a, I don't know what other ones they have that are... It would be most of the stuff that's releasing reliably. The things that aren't releasing reliably, I don't know if I can justify a tier existing for something like Guy on a Spaceship. I might do a World of Women / Enslaved, just so that it becomes easier to swap. I don't know. $5 would get all of it. $5 would be every series again. But if you wanted every series, it'd be $5. I'd also probably get rid of the ebook, the monthly ebook. I would make that $10 only. I'm also probably going to get rid of having 3 monthly ebooks. Most people don't use it, and most people don't even understand how to use it, and I've had more people angry at me because they don't understand how to use it that it doesn't seem worth it to me. Sometimes giving you guys more just gets people more angry at me, I found. And so I feel that I should get rid of that. So at the end of the day, what I would end up with is like 5 $2 tiers, each one for a specific book. Then there'd be the $5 tier, and that would unlock everything up to early access. It would not give you early access. The $10 tier would give you early access. And then the $15 tier, that one would give you the polls, the ability to use the polls. So $10 early access and the ebook, and $15 would be the polls, which would be released at early access. I know it's making everything more expensive. Most of you who are probably on here are already at the $10 tier or above, so it won't affect you very much. But I feel like it helps the people who want to pay less, while it encourages the people who pay more to pay more. And I that's the best I could come up with as a balance between the two, because it gives $2 people something more. Because now $2 people could read the early access. In fact, if you wanted to read 2 different books, you can get 2 different memberships at the same time. So you could have a $2 and a $2 membership, and that's 2 books you could read, and that'd still be less than $5. And I hope people understand every price is increasing right now, and my website is clearly a lot more robust now than it was 3 years ago, with how much, I have more completed works that are just flat out there and free and readable than I had back in the day. And at some point I've only done one other price change 3 years ago, which is when I went from the $1 tier to the $2 tier. And I explained why I did that. I did that solely because of how PayPal charges you. Anyway, the response is 40% yes and 60% no. This is, I split this question up, so I've asked this question several times. This is just specifically asking this for the $2 tier, how they would feel. So generally the $2 tier feels against it, I guess. Oh, actually, they say they would be interested. This might be would this be the $2 tier, or would this be the free? It might be the free. I'm not sure. What series would they like to see as in this? This I wanted to know. None is just people not interested, but My Dungeon Life would be one of them. Tales of Seductress would be one of them. World of Women, probably. Apocalypse, certainly. So it might be all the ones on this list. And probably nothing else. Because that's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I could see doing a Getting Lucky tour. Getting Lucky tier. I don't see getting a Last Dread Pirate tier. And maybe if I pick Guy on a spaceship back up, I could see doing that as a tier. I don't know. But yeah, I think it's about time that I'm like I said, I'm gonna leave the $2 tier, but I'm hopefully gonna make it, because there's some people who genuinely do not like paying me $2 because it's for everything and not just the thing they want. They feel like that means that them paying for books that I'm writing that they don't want to read, that they're somehow taking something away from them. And so by giving them a niche tier that specifically says, hey, I'm just care about my Dungeon Life and I don't care about anything else, if that makes them happy, then that's what I'm trying to do here. I don't know. That's just my thoughts. And who is this asked to? Was this free members? Yeah, these are non-members. So these are people. So this is 27 people who did this survey who says they're interested. That's people who would not have used it before. So these are non-members. These are people that would become members. So that's actually pretty good. And then these are asking about my members. Why do you become a member? It's always kind of a general thanks and to get chapters. I never see anything really different from that. On a scale how satisfied, I wish more people would tell me how they end up with a 1 or a 4. There are not a lot of comments on here, why? I mean, my personal opinion is, why are you giving me money if you're so unsatisfied with it that you would give me a 1? I mean, generally, yeah, okay, I'm fine with any of that, but like, I don't, and I'm even up to a 6. But if you're less than a 5, why are you even paying me? I don't understand. Write more chapters of, yeah. Well, voting wise, it didn't get on the vote. More acknowledgement of comments. This one's weird, because I tend to acknowledge comments, but I don't know what you want. Like, I go back through my 4,000 chapters of my Dungeon Life and look for your comment that was made 8 months ago? No, I don't do that. And honestly, so if you go to my website here, I use Discus. This is Discus. This is a type of commenting service. I have a native commenting service, and my native commenting service, through WordPress, would actually notify me every time somebody makes a comment. Discus does not. Discus does not tell me when comments are made on my sites. Discus only, I don't know, it doesn't really tell me anything. I'm not signed in right now. But Discus will only tell me if you personally flag me, or you reply to a comment I made. So if you reply to a comment I made, I will get some notification that you emailed me. But if you just generally comment, I don't know you commented. And like I said, I'm not going to go back through. Like, I only just realized there's people commenting at the end of this chapter. This is the first time I've seen just about any of these, because I just haven't gone back to this link in 2 years. But I have no way of doing that, right? So unless you ping me, and you can ping me if you really felt you needed my attention. Now, I've had people ping me in the past just to complain, and then they get weirded out that I'm, like, not polite to them. And I'm like, you're wasting my time just to complain about something that I'm not talking like, oh, there's a correction to report, which, by the way, he's not working for me anymore. I need to change that. Technically, the guy who handles these is I still have someone who sort of volunteers handles them, but he's got his own stuff, so I don't know how much he can put into that. But then there's report corrections. I also don't personally pay a lot of attention to report corrections because I just don't have time to micro edit. That's why I'm trying to find an editor to do it, and that's all back to that conversation. But anyway, the reason I don't answer more quickly is because I don't see them. I don't know them. If I was using my old comments, then I would. And the reason I'm not using my old comments is because people had issues using it. This was like right when I first started using this. When I first made this website, I was using the original WordPress comments, and there were a lot of people who didn't like them. I think there was issues with a lot of spam getting through too, and you had to do a lot more moderation. So eventually, Discus was a way to get it moderated without having to become a moderator of my own, And as I've gotten 30,000, I don't even know how many. As I've gotten 5, 10, 20,000 posts, it's probably a good idea that I have it being better moderated by Discus. Because even now, I still occasionally get comments that are following backwards and get through my comments directly through WordPress from spammers. So I'm still getting spam comments, and I don't even have my comment section open. So it's been replaced by Discus. So yeah, that's I don't see it unless you ping me, and if you ping me, you better want my attention, because if you're just looking to complain about something, especially something I can't help, I'm just gonna be like, why are you calling me out? But I haven't been mean. I used to, like 3 or 4 years ago, I was pretty mean on the comments. I like to think I've mellowed out quite a bit. I was intentionally being mean. I was originally a character when I was writing Power Creation, and I've said this story before, but when I was writing Power Creation, the story was mixed with the comments. Like I was creating a character who was aggravated by my commenters, and we had this whole playful dynamic going on, and where I would complain about them and they'd complain about me, and then we'd argue and fight. And after I finished Power of Creation, I still kind of had that combative attitude, and it took a few years to get back to being, normal. And I'm not even sure that's a good thing, because I used to have a lot more fan involvement, a lot more comments. I mean, I go through it. I mean nothing wrong here, but when I go to automatic growth, wow, it has 3 comments now. I'd only had 1 comment before. Well, when I go to one of these stories and I see no comments, it really is like, it really, and I know 1 or 2 people go out of their way to try to comment as often as possible, and I do appreciate you are seen. If I'm not responding enough, I don't know how much to respond to thanks. I mean, I could respond thanks back, I guess, just to be acknowledging, but yeah, if your post is off this list right here, my recent post list, I'm probably not going to see the comment. But if it's on this list, I probably will, because I do check these, and I check them for probably 2 or 3 days after writing. I'm interested in your comments. After that, it gets buried, and I usually won't see it. So unless you ping me, so that's just the way it is. Most of the time I don't see a lot of comments. I see 2 or 3, and usually it's just thank you, which is fine, and I appreciate it. but I there's nothing to respond to, right? But I I can try to acknowledge people more. Just say thank you for commenting. I feel I don't know. I see other people do it, and I've never thought it was like made me think any better of them. So it was never something I considered. More tales I'll pick up after my grandpa's done. So that'll pick up probably in June. I'll say Dungeon Life EPUBs should exist. They all exist. I don't know what this person's asking. They are available. I make an EPUB and a Mobi for everyone, and my Dungeon Life contains them all. I'm not sure what you're missing. So if you buy from my site, you have EPUB as an option. If there was one missing, let me know and I'll try to resolve it. More Rise of them. Yeah, so this has been getting more popular. Rise of Midnight King has also been one that has been on a back burner for a while. Yeah, I have ideas for how it's going to continue. I have a lot of ideas for Rise of Midnight King. It would be a very long running series. And I would love to pick it up. It would just involve not picking something else up. I think it might get picked up around the time that Enslaved and that kind of stuff gets finished. Once I finish them, so it might still be a year. But I'm thinking Rise might get raised up as a long running series. One of the reasons it's not a long running series is because it's another one that's 3,000 chapter long chapters. And I could make it 2,000 chapters and make it a little easier to write, but I don't really like to do that because that'll make the pacing feel a little different, and then it won't feel like the same story. I like Rise of the Midnight King. Honestly, it's fairly easy to write chapters when I'm in the zone because it involves a lot of repetition and to mock the style of Chinese writers who will tend to endlessly repeat themselves. I kind of do the same. So Rise is kind of one of those things where it's like you could spend a chapter just talking about everyone's reaction to one thing happening, and it's like I said, I have goals when I write a story. This story is a Zenzia. It's a parody of a Zenzia, but you still gotta be a bit of a Zenzia to parody it properly. Some of the parody aspects of it will come out more as I write it. It's kind of still in its infancy, believe it or not. Even though I don't even know how many chapters I've written, 50 or so. It's still barely even started. Next volume of Enslaved come out. Yes, that'll come out as soon as World of the Women is over. I'm sorry World of the Women is taking so long, and I know I have a chapter yesterday that I still gotta write. It's just... yeah, and I know I have a lot of other chapters I gotta write too, and I was expecting to be putting those out faster now, but I did I'll do it, I'll get it done, it's happening. Improved releases. But things occur, and I never like doing a max rating as I think it stifles improvement. I mean, I guess he's excusing why he didn't give me a 10, which is fine. I know there's plenty of people like that. That's why I said 8 is fine. Overall, I'm sure you see things that you like to do. Just like the tweaks and shit. Okay. That's nice. More chapters on stories I'm interested in. Sliding time window for level lock content, better late than never. For how I have my website designed, this is a little difficult to set up. I'm not quite sure what he means by sliding time window. If he means like light novel, if you go to light novel translations, he might be talking about I'll just pick one of the stories. Oh gosh. A sliding bar. I don't know where it is right now, or I don't even know if the story has one. By the way, I do not. I shouldn't say this. I don't know if anyone from that site's listening, but I have issues with light novel translations. I've been writing on them, but ever since their update, they have been running like molasses. It is just the slowest site. Like my site, has its issues, but this site is so slow. Just using it like pains me, because when I have to put my chapters up on it, it's like runs so slowly. Okay, that one didn't have it. Let's look at one I know has a slider. Is there not a search engine too? Oh, here it is. By the way, I hate this cover. I would happily do a new cover. I just don't have the skill to do it, and I don't have the time to do it. So is he talking about sliding bar like this? Because there's a sliding bar that kind of gives you the time of when the next release is. The reason I can't do that is because I don't really have releases ahead. I reincarnated, they kind of have a requirement for me. I have to really have the releases ahead, and even then I'm not very good at it. On my own side, I don't ever have the releases ahead. And I know you can complain about how I would have a better release times if I just had everything a week ahead. But I kind of always release things as soon as I do it or finish it, and I rarely keep everything set up. It's just how I am. I've tried, and every time I have a break, every time it's I got a week out in advance. It becomes, well, then I don't have to work on it right now. I'll work on it later. Oh, I don't have to work on it right now. And I'll always slip and eventually fall back behind. So I can't seem to keep, I need that constant whip right behind me to keep me writing on time. You might be talking about what Whatsawhizzer, where a free chapter is given 24 hours after you open the previous chapter. I've thought about going in and going full points, like with the gems and stuff. I hated the gems, but since so many people are doing it now, I do like how the one of the ways to earn gems is by being forced to comment, and it makes people actually comment on your chapter. That's how they get so many comments. I realize I used to think they were just all their stories were more popular. No, they kind of force you to comment to be able to actually read their stories, but I don't know. Anyway, moving on. Same question, but these are members instead. So this is finding out what they would like to see next. And like I said, if 70% of the people wanted one story, and it was just like, okay, that's the story I'll hit. But there's never anything clear. I got Women's Pleasure Dungeon. I got a second chapter of Apocalypse. There's nothing clear here. There is something clear with the non-readers. They all wanted Oops, I Banged My Bully's Mom. No, that was a different question. Well, this one was Tales of a Sex Goddess. They all want Tales of a Sex Goddess. But you guys, members, don't have any specific. So I don't know what to focus on. What do I focus on? That's. You get points for comments. No, you do on Wuxia World. When you go to Wuxia World, if you comment, you get points, and you can use those points to purchase new chapters of their stuff. Plus, there's a daily check-in, so if you go in daily, you can check in, you get 100 points. So you can earn points that way. And then they lock chapters behind points. and you can either buy more points or you can. So it forces you. So if you were, say, reading My Dungeon Life, you would get the first 100 chapters for free, but then you would start having to spend coins or whatever, gems, to be able to read more. And you can earn those gems pretty easily, but ultimately you would have to pay if you wanted to get access. But that would be a way to kind of reinvigorate stuff like My Dungeon Life, by putting them behind a point system that forces you to earn points, forces daily check-ins, forces... And yes, I know, they're horrible. I agree. I hated it when it was in web novel, but it is effective to force engagement. It is, and it seems to be the way things go. But if you don't want that to happen, donations to bring me, if I'm back to making 100,000 a year, that's basically where I want to sit. So I would not be considering these options if my what do you call it, recovers, my memberships, if I get back up to 3 or 4K on Patreon and I'm not scrambling for money. But if in a world where I don't get enough donations, I got to think of things. I am not going to do what these guys do. Well, you see they got ads everywhere. I will not do that to you guys unless I still drop down and I have even less people. But this is horrible. I hate this. This is just the word. Look how many ads they have shoved in here. And this whole thing runs like molasses. It is... Oh, I don't like it. I know some of you don't like it either. I'm working with them. I'm working through them. This is just this one story, but I really don't like that. And then you can get up to 4 extra chapters right here. And an ad-free experience if you pay. You have to pay to get no ads. I don't get any money for the ads. They don't pay me nothing for that. They only pay me for buying points. They pay me, actually. The light novel, anything you did towards my book here, they would pay me a percentage of it. Somebody actually recently spent a lot and had me you sped up my schedule, and they were very excited about that. And that's nice. I mean, I'm writing this book here. Most of you probably don't notice that it's there. And it's kind of a weirder book. I don't know if you've read it. It is marked sexual content. It will have sexual content. The first chapter has sexual content. After that, it's been basically about him being a single-celled bacteria. And it's been an interesting write, because it's basically been him running around taking over things. And it's only the most recent chapter that he's finally gotten to the top level. And this is when it's going to open up. The world is finally going to open up, and he's going to start meeting people. But the first 24 chapters are just a level grind. And it's basically like his time in purgatory, where he's fighting to gain more and more and more and more. So I do promise you the story is going to change, and it's actually reached where I am now, and I don't remember, chapter 27 or something. Just reached the point where, spoiler alert, where he's going to start meeting people, and it's his relationship with the people he meets is going to be kind of the next 20 or 30 chapters. And then the story is going to finally have him leave his place of origin and start interacting with the world. So this is a very slow start novel, which is why I kind of did it in the way I did, because I knew this is a novel that's a very slow burn. But I think it'll be a very fun novel. The style it's going to be about, or what I want it to be a lot alike, is there's a novel I'm reading right now called Keyboard Immortal. I don't know if you've heard of that one. Keyboard Immortal is about a dude who's it's a Wuxia. This one's not. This one's going to be Wuxia like. It's going to be like a Zenzia, but it's going to involve levels and evolutions and things. Um, Basically, he's going to be getting engaged in politics, and he'll be wooing the ladies from various political houses, and he'll be like, it'll involve a lot of Playboy shenanigans, but that's probably 100 chapters off, so it's not something that's going to happen right away. It's like I said, a very slow burn novel that'll build up to him becoming more powerful. But he's basically going to be godlike from the moment he moves on into the world. So he's going to be very, very powerful. So this is one of those OP protagonists. I don't usually write OP protagonists. I mean, I give my protagonist moments of OP, and that annoys some people because they just want, say, Deke from my dungeon life to just be owning everybody at this point, and I still kind of have, every time he gets more powerful, he encounters more powerful people, so he's never really the top. And I know that annoys some people, but that's kind of how I like to write things. It keeps things with attention. I don't like to just write the generically overpowered protagonist that can't be defeated. But this is one story that I'm writing where he is going to be an overpowered protagonist who can't be defeated. I mean, basically by the time he's at this point, he's already nigh invincible. So that'll be fun. It's gonna be an enjoyable story, but like I said, it has a very slow burn. So I know some people commented they didn't know where the story was going. That's why I'm mentioning it. That's where the story is going. So what tier level is your membership? This is just kind of a generic, how many of each tier I get. So, most people are within those tiers. The $2 tier is kind of the tier that, the $5 tier is kind of my main tier. I feel that $2 tier is kind of but I appreciate all my members anyway. So what are your thoughts on the change? This was the change I mentioned below about the $2 tiers. And my question is, what would happen? So for just the tip people, a lot of them, so 12 people say they'd rather donate to a specific series or set of series. So these people, I presume, would be more into the $2. This is flat people saying they would stop donating. So if I did it, 11 people would stop donating, and then 10 people would start donating at the $5 tier. So if you do the math here, I would lose $22 from people who stopped donating, but I would gain, because there'd be 10 at $5 instead of $2, I'd gain 30. So because $3 more per person at 10. So I would actually gain money overall if I did this. I'd lose 22 and I'd gain 30. That's assuming these people honestly would stop donating, and these people would honestly donate more, which I know some people say stuff and then end up not doing it. But focus is, this looks like a gain to me, And like I said, it seems 12 people would be happy with being able to pick a specific series to follow. Which series would you like to see at $2? By the way, in June-ish, it really depends on if my site picks up. I'm really hoping I can start picking up and getting more, at least through Amazon, by getting ebooks published. If I could start releasing ebooks like one a month, I think my Amazon account will go up. If I can get a couple extra $1,000, I would like to hire someone to do a complete site redesign. So I'd like my site to be gutted out and changed, where a lot of the features I use are automated and built into it, rather than stuff I have to figure out. Because right now I got about 30 plugins keeping my website together, and it breaks pretty easily. And I would love to find, but once again, the big problem with that is every time I try to find someone to build something, they always overpromise, overcharge, and then give me half of what they promised. And when it comes to the website, it needs to function like it functions. It needs to not be trash. But if I find the right people, hopefully I can get someone who can competently create my. There was that one guy, Zevanin, who I mentioned, and others who used to do all that stuff, but he disappeared. Zevin, I have not talked to him in over a year, and I've sent him messages. He's just gone. Something happened in his life, and he's just not on anymore. I hope he's all right. I don't blame him for taking off, but he really has helped me a lot. Yeah, he was a linchpin helping me. And the other one who was a linchpin helping me was APF SDS. And he's pretty much quit too. I think that last tantrum he had, some of you might have noticed on Discord about a week ago or a couple weeks ago. I think that was his final quit as well. I haven't talked to him since, but I think that pushed him over the edge. Which is, like I said, it's so funny because he used to complain so much about the quality of the art I got, and I finally got in a situation where he could produce better art, and then he wasn't happy and he wanted even better art than that. And it's just like, come on, we finally got it. I don't know. He did so much for me, though. I mean, the amount of stuff. Most of those book covers were his designs, and I don't know how I'm going to get around without him or Zevanin. Those two kind of helped me keep the site running. Zevanin helped me with any technical problems I had, and APF could do all of the photoshopping stuff, and losing them both hurts. I also lost my editor. I had a long time running editor, and all this just happened it happened gradually, but at this point I don't have anyone. I had a lot of support 3 years ago with volunteers that were helping me. Like I said, I had one helping me technical, I had one helping me Photoshop, and I had one helping me editing, and all three of those are gone. So yeah, so that's one of the reasons the site hasn't been running. I mean, I think it runs pretty smoothly now. I don't think it has nearly as much trouble as it used to, but it's why a lot of my stuff hasn't been moving as fast as it used to. Why I'm not putting out new covers constantly, and why some of my covers that I have put out aren't particularly impressive or creative is because I just don't have that anymore. Whizzer, have you ever thought about writing a horror story? Yeah, I actually have. Funny you should mention example of a story of a guy getting stuck in a horror survival game. I wrote that story. I wrote it as a children's story for my kids, and it's called Welcome to Fearland, and it was written like a Goosebump book, so it was written a little simpler. But yeah, I wrote that. That's I actually got printed out and gave it to my kids, and they never read it. They never cared to. I'm like, shit, if my dad wrote me a story, an actual book, and I put them in the book. They were the characters in the book. That's why I can't give it to you guys. Maybe if I go back and change all the names, I can give it to you guys. But it has my children's names in it. I wrote it for them. And I would love to see if I could get it published, but yeah, I just need time to do that, which I haven't had time to do that. But if you mean horror or severe horror, the closest I've gotten is that Please Help, which someone did pay me to finish, so I'm gonna finish it eventually. That one's the most closest to horror I've gotten, which is kind of a Reddit horror style. I listen to a lot of horror, so I could write horror. I just I'm more of a satirist, so I like to mock or make fun of things. So I see myself more likely to make fun of a horror story than actually be a horror story. Like urban legends. You talking more like I'm just trying to think. What kind of horror stories? You're talking like oh, what do they call those stories? The ones that are always on no sleep. I don't remember. Anyway, um, yeah, I'm not quite sure what you mean by urban legends and stuff. Oh yeah, it's not. It wasn't written for you guys. It's not. It's just two kids, trapped in a. Like I said, it's written like Goosebumps. I think the story pretty good, and it had potential to write more stories. I'd love to send it to an agent and get it written. Um, I mean, if you're talking about something like the others, where well, I mean that is graphic. That's why I'm not quite sure what you mean by not graphic or bone chilling. Um, I I've read stories like I said, but I just usually those kind of stories come from a dark place, and I'm just not one of those dark people. If that makes sense. Like a lot of those people are like depressed and suicidal, so a lot of their stories come from these dark places. These dark emotional places, and I'm just not a dark emotional person. Maybe some people don't believe that based on Tales of Seductress and some of the dark NTR stuff I can write, but I typically just don't. I'm not too macabre. Like I've looked at it, writing kind of a uh oh, what do you call that? The stuff. Who is the guy who does the weird abstract monster stuff? The the stuff around Cthulhu and the old gods. What's his name? Um, I've thought about writing a volume, a bonus volume as a joke one that would be a horror, where the harem girls are systematically killed off one at a time. Because the animes have done that before, where they have a one shot where it's like people are being killed. Even one shot, even One Punch Man did one of those where they went away in the I don't know if I should tell the punchline, but it was but basically yeah, I was thinking of writing an MDL. Yeah, Lovecraft. Thank you, Lovecraft. He is the one who I was thinking of writing some Lovecraftian horrors, but I never really got into that. But no, I was thinking of writing an MDL bonus chapter that was the girls all getting killed one and all. Of course, they all can come back to life because resurrection exists. But the idea would be, it would be like they're in a murder house, and or they go to a spring they're invited to a mysterious spring, and they get killed off one at a time, and it would be like a humorous version of of that story. And like I said, I've seen that in other anime. It's as ubiquitous as the beach episode is the serial killer episode. And I'd consider writing a volume of MDL that did that. Yeah, it would be like a side story or something. I'm not sure where it would fit in to the current story. It would almost have to be retroactively put into a previous, because I'm not sure. Um, At least it won't be for a couple volumes. It'll probably be my next bonus volume, and it'll probably be in a couple volumes after I get through the current arcs involving Imperial Cloud and the classroom that is currently going to be facing him. But after that, that might be a good place to put the bonus chapters. And honestly, I don't have a good plan for MDL after that. I'm actually reaching the limit of the stories I planned, so I need to come up with... I mean, I have vague ideas of where it's going to end up, but I don't really have a clear... I mean, I'm about 6 volumes ahead still, but I don't have nowhere to go after that. Yep, see you around. You can always come back and watch this. I knew these usually go on about 3 hours. I'm pretty talkative. Alright, anyway, moving on. Which series would you like to see on the $2? This is just a tip. They all want more Monday Dungeon Life. You know, well, that's being $2. That makes sense, yeah. That's nothing weird. Crying Masturbator, what are you... thoughts on change below. I hope it doesn't cause too many people to stop donating. The only thing you'd lose is like 2 chapters and the books. So, and once again, more people would be inclined to move to the $5, so it may be a net profit. The harsh way of saying it, but kind of just what I have to think about. What are your thoughts on change? My donations wouldn't change even if I lose premium. So this is the same question, but this is just asking people at the $10 tier. You know, what genre do you want me to focus on? This is the main content. What content should I be writing? I mean, it's kind of a self-fulfilling story. You know, I write the content, and I attract people who want that content, which then reinforces the content. If I want different content, I could always force it, but I'd have to, write different stuff. Now, what I really was looking for is one of the big questions I want to ask is how much people still wanted erotica, because like I said, there is a growing group of people who are not into the erotica, and I wanted to see how much they wanted it. But see, the majority still seem to want erotica, so that kind of tells me that Isekai, world building, and leveling systems seem to remain the top 3, which is kind of... I don't do too much world building, but I could focus more on world building. Leveling systems are always tough, because if you don't... you don't get practice. Video games do all this stuff to balance their leveling systems, and even with professionals working on it, they still end up with issues. While I'm just creating something for a game that doesn't even exist yet, and I need to not have giant plot holes in it. That's always been the problem with leveling systems, is because it's difficult not to generate. And here's what I talk about: when I allow other as an option, I end up with like 50 different comments, and I don't really know how to use those. It's kind of a mess. Yeah, I don't do character assassinations. I don't know about that. What setting do you prefer? Fantasy. So I think science fiction isn't too big, because I was considering, should I be writing more science fiction? Sounds like most people are happy with fantasy. And this was the reason I decided to redo Friend Zone into being a magical world. See, that was the thing. Like I said, some stories you'll start it, but then I'll feel like there's just something missing that adds more to it. And I think adding magic making it a world with magic with creatures. I think that makes Friend Zone at least more interesting for me to write, because just the concept of Friend Zone, a guy who, you know, has who's friend zoned by girls and who wants to move past the friend zone. I mean, yeah, that's a story, but I can't build an entire book off of it. I need more, and I think the setting of being not just high school, but something more works for that. Same for the other one I started, the high school one, high school NTR, which was adds that it's a rich person's school, and that he's, you know, kind of the one poor kid in the rich person's school. I think both of those are kind of that's the extra little flavoring that would give those stories a distinct personality. And I'm happy going forward with either one. I think Friend Zone is a little bit more popular, so if people push me for Friend Zone, they might see more of that. Yeah, I never really intended Moth to have magic. It was always kind of, yeah, I wasn't intended to be magic. It was mostly just looking at the inner relationships between men and women. And like I said, some of them are exaggerated, and I play up some of the stuff at the cost of his the main character's personality, which pisses some people off in order to make a scene work. You know, if I want a scene of him being molested by a girl, it can't have him being like in charge totally. I know that irritated some people. And like I said, in my fixes, he keeps pointing some of that out, and I hopefully will make it a little more story better. I guess, for lack of a better word. What sexual content do you want me to focus on? That's always important. I've been slave girls. Slave girls, incest. That's basically what I write. I was curious, like I said, that this was a big question to me. I know one guy, you know, APFS DS, was asking a lot about pushing vanilla, and I was curious to how much people wanted that. I was also curious about how much people want NTR, because this is interesting. Because if I go to the stats for my website, a lot of people still like NTR Crush, and more specifically, a lot of people like NTR Isekai. There's a steady traffic of people that comes to that, and it's weird because there's only like 2 parts, so it's not. I haven't written a lot. And NTR Crush, you know, I haven't put out a new chapter in however long I haven't put a chapter out. So it's just weird to me that that the NTR seems to do so well, and it gave me the desire to try to do more NTR, especially since some people claim I'm known for NTR, so I might as well lean into it. But I don't see the money coming from that direction. I don't see the people coming from that direction. I mean, if this would be more than 6 people, if that was where people wanted me to go, and so I don't. I mean, at least it would be as big as vanilla, I'd imagine. So I'm probably not going to move forward with NTR. So incest, great. I'm actually surprised how few people want rape. I did used to put rape a little bit in. I'm not against it. I mean, I'm against rape. I'm not against writing scenes. But it seems that a lot of people find those uncomfortable, and so I might move away from those. Please Help Me is going to be mostly that. That's what that story was. That's why it never got that popular. But I'll finish that one. Slave girls, and incest. That's kind of what I write. That's kind of what I've always written. Some people don't like the incest, but that's kind of what has been, and that's kind of been my focus for a while now. I could eke it away, but it seems that people still want that, and the majority still seem to want erotica in general. So I'm not seeing that focus change enough Like if erotica was 5%, I might consider people don't want as much erotica. But yeah. Which stories have you been reading? This is just what stories are See right here. Oh, that's World of Women. But even so, Enslaved still at 72. I'm just surprised that Enslaved is doing so high on the people have read or reading, but that it's not doing so high on what people want. Because I have not heard anything negative about Enslaved. That was like everyone's favorite novel 2 years ago. I mean, the only problem with it is it hasn't been releasing, from what I know. But somehow, I don't know. Man of the House apparently is still the top ringer. In World of Women. I mean, the dungeon, like I know it's the top, but it also gets 5 chapters a week, and it's publicly released daily. I mean, of every book I get, it gets more support than anything else. It's had more pictures created for it. It's had more time put into it. In fact, when you consider the amount of time I've had to put into my dungeon life compared to any of these other works, I mean, the fact that it's not higher is kind of odd. You know, World of Women achieves that with half the amount of effort. And, you know, I'm still not even sure why World of Women does that well, you know. I had so many times people said that they lost all interest to it. I just wonder what got it so much interest in the first place. Because I've tried to replicate that explosion of interest a few times, and it's never really been achieved. You know, Kindred Paradise was written very similarly to World of Women. It wasn't, you know, it was a man trapped on an island with 7, you know, relatives. You know, that's all incest, and it was all about the dynamics between them as he pushes them into sexual relationships, which is basically volume 1 of World of Women. So I don't know why Kindred Paradise doesn't take off where World of Women did. And like I said, there's just some I've written way more of and gotten way less, and I'm not sure. Not sure what that says. So this was interesting. This is a question I really wanted to know. Getting lucky, story became too cyclic. Progression doesn't seem to happen. I mean, that was the point. Getting lucky was just supposed to be a continuous story. I mean, it's really not progressing to anything. It's just guy who's got really weird luck where anything can happen, and this is him with anything happening. that's kind of what it was written as an idea, and that's what it's been up until this point. So I don't blame that at all. Power of Creation. Yeah, I totally get people not continuing Master and Dragon. I guess I don't know. I don't think it's that much worse than Tales of a Seductress. Other than that, she's more naive, where the other girl was more giddy, but she becomes, you know, sluttier near the end. I don't know. It's supposed to. Master and Dragon has the same tone. If you like Tales, you should like Master and Dragon. It's a little bit darker in that the girl was an innocent dragon who gets kind of dragged into the path versus our girl Arya, who is already kind of a slut moving out. But that's I don't know why Master and Dragon doesn't get more reads. I thought it was a pretty good story. It's finished now. I finished, you know, I wrote exactly what I intended to write. It took twice as long as I originally planned it, but it released a lot more reliably than a lot of stories I've written. What else do you read? Last Dread Pirate got a little bored. Yeah, like I'm kind of at the same point where, I mean, I don't think it got boring back when you come off this island, but I do feel that there is that I guess I'm caught between either progressing the story too fast, or or not really knowing what to do to keep the story going at the progress level it was going. And faster progression might be good. It might be reinvigorate the story. Maybe I should, because I don't think the story is ever going to be. I mean, it was kind of written. Once again, I mean, some stories I write to be a specific story, a short story. Moth was never intended to be longer, which is why it ended. While, stories like Apocalypse are very open-ended. I could keep writing volumes for a very long time. My Dungeon Life, very open-ended. The last Dread Pirate was written very open-ended. The idea is kind of like One Piece, where you can just keep going on this pirate adventure. He's in this world that's basically a massive world with all kinds of things he can run into. And the idea was it was just going to be this perpetual pirate story, which hasn't even begun yet, to be honest. I mean, he hasn't even left his home, the archipelago he started out in yet. That's just like the prologue. But I don't know if I should more aggressively push things forward to give the story, more flair, or if I should try to keep the current pace that it was at, or what. I know the last couple of chapters I just haven't really figured out where I wanted to go. Yeah, not every story sits with everyone, so if you didn't like Apocalypse, people didn't like Apocalypse. I know some people who didn't like Apocalypse because it had incestuous stuff in it. They thought the stuff about him not liking his sister's boob sweat was gross, and I'm like, yeah, well, it was kind of supposed to be gross. It was the whole point was that he's not seeing her sexually, but it still kind of gives you kind of a sexual vibe. I don't know. And like I said, it's not a story that's going to have sex in it, but it does have a bit of incestuous flavor. I'll give it that much. It's the sister's like in love with him, and his mom's not in love with him, but she does have a very close relationship with Gabriella, who is secretly in love with him. So that's that. Master and Dragon, just like the way she was treated and bounced around. Yeah, like I said, there's a lot of people that got turned off by Master and Dragon, but I thought it turned out pretty good. I stopped my Dungeon Life. Yeah. I mean, once you stop something, sometimes it takes a long time to continue. It is what it is. In the same way, my Dungeon Life has so much content that some people love it because you can really sink your teeth into it for a long time. That's what I liked. That's kind of one of the reasons I started writing. I really like longer stories. I don't like short. A lot of people like the shorter stories I write, Coitus Exchange and things like that. But I personally like to sink my teeth into a story. I like to get invested into it and be in it in a long period of time. And so I started really liking Zenzias and things like that for that reason. And I blew through a lot of stories and eventually just started writing my own because I'd see stories that had elements I like, but they wouldn't go the direction I would have gone or things like that. And eventually I just tried to. That's why a lot of my stories are I say, this was motivated by this story. Usually it was motivated by my dislike of that story. I mean, the reason I wrote Apocalypse is because I really didn't like In a Mansion or Apocalypse in a Mansion or something like that. That story, that I hated the direction he went with that story, which is why I decided to try my own. Same with my Dungeon Life. I wrote it because of Slave Girls in a Dungeon. I really hated how he wrote that story. I hated the main character. I thought he was just the worst. And the girls were just boring, and the dungeon invest movement was just boring, and so I wanted to write a story that used dungeons in a more interesting way, and that's kind of how it worked. Yeah. Well, Apocalypse has potential to continue on for quite a few volumes. There would definitely be more characters. He's definitely going to encounter like talking, basically talking super mutants and things like that. I mean, it'll do stuff like that, but I do try to keep it enough different. Like I said, it's instead of 50s nostalgia, it's 90s nostalgia. So I try to keep it different enough I don't get sued. Apocalypse, enjoy story, but something I binge on a lot of times have been posted. Same with MDL. Gave up Master and Jungle because I felt uncomfortable. Power of Creation was too OP, which was, like I said, that was the point. That's not something I'd fix because that's exactly what the point of it. NTR Crush because it was too contrived. I don't even know what that means. I'm not sure what contrived means in the context of NTR Crush. That things didn't go his way, I guess, probably. That seems to be why a lot of people got upset because things didn't go his way. Trafficking and Enslaved due to lack of updates. Yeah. Well, Enslaved is coming back once WoW's done. I don't know about Trafficking. I'm rereading it now. Once I get through it, I'm going to put out the 5 chapters. And that's probably going to be it, because I don't know if I'm going to pick up more writing. At the moment, I just want to catch up with everything I promised people I'd write. Guy in a Spaceship. Enjoyed the premise. Gave up seeing it. Its release is slowed. And just didn't get a good following. Yeah, it hasn't really gotten a good following. To be fair, he says you should probably finish it, your arc. I did finish my arc. I had a finished arc. And then people wanted to push me into starting the next volume. It's the same with Reincarnated. I finished my arc. I was done. And then you guys wanted me to come back. And I'm like, oh, I'll write an extra chapter. All right, I wrote an extra chapter. Like, well, now that you got a chapter started, you're in a new arc. I'm like, yeah, that's why I didn't want to start my new arc. Because I wasn't ready. But yeah, it is what it is. I do have a few Guy of the Spaceship chapters, enough to continue the story. Or I'm going to write them, I guess, because they were hired to be written. I almost gave up Man of the House. That's what I'm gonna probably fix a bit. And yeah, a lot of people don't like that I have characters hit rock bottom, but I feel like you have to have the character hit rock bottom before they climb out. And they get happy ending. Happy things happen. The ending wasn't. I don't usually do bleak endings. Most stories I write are going to have a happy ending in the end. As much as people give me stuff about NTR Crush, he gets every girl in the end. He literally becomes, spoiler alert, he becomes, a god and conquers every girl. It's just getting there. It takes 7 volumes. It doesn't take 5 volumes. It doesn't take 3 volumes. It took 7 volumes. And if you can't make it to the 7th volume to see him win, I don't know what to say. I don't know. He literally dominated everything in that final volume, and I feel like half the people quit before getting that volume, and then judge that story as the most heartbreaking one ever. I tried. Getting Lucky is on pause for so long. Forgot where I was. Yeah, well, that happens. I don't see this is going. That's why I mentioned I Reincarnate. I wanted people to know where I was going. Yeah, I don't know specifically what moment he's talking about. Tales of Doberman can remember why I stopped. Master Room just made me feel awful. Well, like I said, Master Dragon even has a happy ending. It ends fine. And you call it rape, but she's not really raped in it. I mean, there is rape in it. Those other characters are forced, but she's kind of, into it. It's not like she's brainwashed, maybe. She certainly thinks she's doing her duty and being potentially misled, but she's not like raped where she's like done anything against her will. I mean, it's just her will happens to be incredibly weak, and she allows things to happen to her that without resistance. It's just what it is. I don't know. Power of creation, too powerful. Yeah, that's kind of was the point of him. It was a satire. The whole power. If anyone takes Power of Creation seriously, then you read it wrong. NTR crush. I realized I don't really like NTR. Yeah, well, that's no explanation. I'm actually very curious why I am my grandpa knocked you off. It's only 5 chapters in. It always makes me laugh. People get so uncomfortable or upset. Like they'll read all these rape stuff with a guy, doing whatever he wants to a girl. But the second you're in her point of view, it's suddenly, oh, now it's uncomfortable. It's like, oh, come on. It was the same stuff you were reading before. You just, I don't know. NTR Crush, I read up to volume 3 and just found I was almost forcing myself to get through. Well, you didn't make it to 5, so you're lucky. Good for you. If you got to 5, you would have been crushed. I'm reading Power Creation. Power of Creation, the breaking of the fourth wall was an intricate part of the story, and the ending is entirely 100% about the fact that the fourth wall was being broken. So it actually was part of why the story was written. If you don't make it to the ending because of that, then you're missing that was the point. Like I said, I do things for a reason, and that had the fourth wall breaks because it was literally tied to the end of the story. That's all I'll say. And I already said earlier that the story's tied to the author in my comment section as well, which is part of the reason I can't move the story over to my own website. I've been rewriting it, which is also, by the way, part of the story. If you don't realize it, but spoiler alert: Power of Creation, my rewrite, is still part of the meta that is the story of Power of Creation. Anyone who's actually finished it, you understand how meta it is. Me rewriting it is part of that meta. I just haven't had time to continue writing it reliably, and I'd really like to finish. Shouldn't take too long to finish. It's just actually I was using pseudo-write to it's AI. I can tell the AI to just write it in past tense, and it'll fix everything and automatically rewrite it in past tense. But it apparently has stupid censors for if it feels things are not acceptable content. So I use Novel AI right now, and Novel AI doesn't have any restrictions. But pseudo-write will yell at you if it feels like, say, you're using a lolly character, and you're saying things that are too that are sexualizing underage girls or anything like that. And that really, I hate that. Because it's not even like I was literally making a joke about how it wasn't doing that, and that was enough to trigger it and get them to yell at me that I was doing it, and like is that really not, and I know that Power of Creation was written way back in MSB, and it mocks. I mean, it's a satire, so it mocked the whole lolly thing quite aggressively, even having jokes about Chris Hansen and lolly police in it. But I can't use pseudo-write on any of that because I gotta fix it by hand, which takes longer. But that's why I haven't been putting out those anymore. Almost gave up on Apocalypse and Neo's Body because I didn't see updates. I don't know how impatient people are. It's just like, okay, I left for 2 months. That's fine. There's no reason to finish MTR Crush. Last name became a god because. What do you mean you lost interest when MC became god? That's when he finishes the story. Whatever. That is 100% correct. That is what getting lucky is. It has no real direction. It's whatever comes to mind. You are 100% right. That's how it was written. That's what it is. I'm not going to defend myself there. Power of creation, specifically seeing which a man becomes a woman against his will. Oh, whatever. That's, once again, satirical. Anyone who's taking it seriously is not reading Power of Creation correctly. Only refuse to pay. I don't know what that means. Alright, which story is your absolute favorite? My Dungeon Life, Demon Queen second. Like I said, that's very surprising to me that series is second. And Apocalypse, I expect Apocalypse to be third because it got released quite a bit. But I'm actually very surprised that but you can see the vast majority, and this isn't because it's because this is not being asked by member. This is being asked by everybody. So all of my non-members, I flood my Dungeon Life, daily for free, and it's just gonna get more people. And I happen to put out Tales for free as well, and Apocalypse, but I don't put out, a lot of these for free. Well, I actually started to. That's why it's probably gotten more of these or starting to increase. But Kindred Paradise, for example, is not put out for free, so can't really game people. What's my criteria for main character? I don't always write a blank personality guy. I try to make them make sense within their own narrative. When I write a 17-year-old or 16-year-old character, I try to make them act like a 17-year-old, 16-year-old character. That drives people crazy, by the way. There seems to be this generalized expectation that your character is like way smarter than they have every right to be, and I'm like that. They get like Clybourne, they get annoyed that he's too dumb. They got annoyed that NTR Crush is too dumb. But to me, they within the character that they're supposed to be. Clybourne as an adult was a screw up that killed himself with drugs and alcohol, and I don't see why that would make a stable kid. But and then you got Daniel, just a still kid too. But I kind of have boosted when he's boosted his intelligence. I've started to write him more thoughtful and less what do you call it? Impulsive. But when I write the characters, I write them on purpose to be who I think they all would be, and that's kind of it. As long as they make sense within their own narrative. I don't intentionally make them, completely blank, except maybe the Power of Creation guy, because he was supposed to be a metaphor or a fill-in for you, for the reader. So that one I tried to keep as blank as possible. There's only a few questions left. We're almost through. That'll put us about 3 hours. Is there any story on this list you would like to donate more or see picked up as a regular weekly? And that's kind of the big question. I'm a stretch goal for Patreon or something. That I pick up another story. We'll see. And this is kind of one of the things. Link of Patreon needs to be established every year. This is just a website issues, and I'm like, yeah, that's what it's gonna be. I reincarnated. I'm just right because I reincarnated into a single cell is done through light novels. That's not. I don't have access to that story, and I can't unlock things for you from their website. It's not part of my system. I Reincarnated is a completely different novel. It is. If you donate, it's being shared with money. So if you donate to that, you're donating specifically for that novel. That is a uniquely light novel. What I identified was block chapters of the works, and they should be public. If you send me a message telling me a chapter is locked that's supposed to be free, I'll fix it. It might be a couple days, but I'll fix it. I won't fix it if you bury it in something. You gotta DM me or email me directly. I'm not likely to see it if it's buried in report corrections or something like that. I won't see that. Website logs me out every time I leave it for more than 30 minutes. That sounds more like your browser as an issue. Left off in volume. Yeah, there is an obvious way for your volume, but that just depends on your browser once again. I mean, here, look. Every link I've been to will be darkened. So if I go to Guy on a Spaceship, they're all locked. Let's go to something free. If I go to I Am My Own Grandpa and I read prologue in chapter 1 and chapter 2, there you go. And then I'm done and I'm not going to read anymore. If I come back, chapter 3, it's pretty clear where you left off. That's what I got for bookmarking for you. I know you'll go, but maybe I click a link ahead and then come on, dude. It should be enough to be able to find where you left off. Why did you stop releasing chapters of the Whatsawhizzer? Okay. I released a story of this, this one, I Am My Own Grandpa. I didn't put it out on time. That's the only not stopping releasing story. Alright, anyway. So yeah, that's my bookmarking. That's what I got for bookmarking. It's not great, but it's what I got. I did have some issues, but it's okay now. Alright, so then you don't have issues. That's how I interpret it. Finished story is not marked as complete. The only reason I haven't marked Kindred Paradise as complete is because I am planning on adding the bonus chapter. The bonus chapter has been written, but when I get the book out to public, I will then mark it complete. The other one I haven't marked complete, Moth, it's because I'm planning on rewriting parts of it when I'm doing it into a book. And it will also get ebook chapters. So I'm not sure if it's worth marking them complete when I plan to still add chapters to them as ebook chapters. So that is why they are not marked complete, is because they still have ebook chapters that are going to come out, and as well as their ebooks. Master and Dragon, I had no intention of writing another chapter. I'm done with that. So I consider that complete. It still doesn't have the ebook out, but that's why I consider that complete. I didn't consider Coitus Exchange complete until I had the bonus chapters out, and it's kind of the same way with this. I do have that chapter written. I've written that chapter. It's just I don't know if I'm ever going to get an editor to do my ebook, and I can't put that ebook on Amazon. I would love to, but I'm too afraid that it'll accidentally get banned, and I can't afford to be banned again. It'll probably be released on my site. Maybe I'll release it on Smashwords, but I don't think I'll be able to release it on Amazon, which makes it less of a priority to me than some of the other stories that I know I could put on Amazon, because Amazon gets a lot more hits, a lot more sales than Smashwords does. So that's that explanation. Mine is a Patreon getting unlinked. I do that every month on purpose so that it cites back in properly. That's that issue that this guy's supposed to fix. I don't believe he's going to fix it by tomorrow. I'm going to be reporting it to Fiverr, and then we're going to see what's going to happen. Issue with Stripe payment. All I can say is contact me. You have an issue with Stripe, then you need to contact me. I can fix most issues with Stripe pretty quickly. Usually it involves just deleting your membership and having you create a new one. The website is neat, but the table of contents for Powerfuls hasn't updated, so it looks like we go occasionally an update. If you really want your most up to date and is not down here, I mean these are the most up to date. These aren't updating, but that's where you're gonna get your most up to date. That's a place to look if you're 100% want to know, because that will always be accurate. This will always tell you the last chapter I released. Lack of conclusion stories, but I've started several other new lines as well. I mean, I'm not even sure what you mean. I've already finished several stories. I have a dozen complete stories. See, Hotness is technically complete, but I haven't marked it complete because I still really haven't sure what I want to do with that one either. But yeah, I mean, what do you want me to do? I can throw Guy in a spaceship away and just not write it, because it doesn't seem to have a lot of interest right now. But that doesn't mean I should wait on a story that's not that popular to not try other ideas that might be more popular. I'm not gonna do things that way. So I don't think I have that many lack of conclusion stories. I think most of my stories are being worked on or are on a well-established pause for a specific reason, and I could just remove them from the website and destroy them, I guess. But like my boss and I don't know. I don't think it's ever gonna get finished. That's just the zoo. That one I might get finished. That one's just waiting for something, and I can't even tell you what. But any story potentially can be brought back. I don't know who's being strung along with what, though. I mean, my dungeon life has been extremely reliable. Tales of a Demon Queen, you're gonna get your last chapter soon. I just finished Kindred Paradise, and I'm gonna I am my own grandpa done soon too, so I don't know. If you're not paying attention, that's the only way you could see you making a comment like that. The World of Women comic has been on Hinge. I find illustrated. I used to do these, and I don't know. They sell, but they're also expensive to get going, and I'm not sure if it's even worth bringing someone back to do it. The problem is I need to hire someone for a very cheap wage, and it's back to the whole slave labor thing. I'm less worried about the editors, but for the illustrators, it's pretty bad. And I don't know, maybe I should AI it. Just hire an AI, have the AI generate the scenes, and then just Photoshop them together. It would look nicer, probably. It would take a lot of time, though. That's not stuff that I can do quickly. And I'm not a good Photoshopper. That's the other issue. I'd have to hire someone that can do that stuff better than me. But I've considered it. I've considered making a manhwa, the Korean comics that have like just one panel and then a bunch of space and then another. I mean, they try to fit like one volume, one series. They'll try to fit like 3 or 4 panels per series. It's really ridiculous how much they stretch those out. The World of Women comic has been on hiatus. Should I bring that back? It's not any... Oh, that's the same one, sorry. About a 1/4 wanted back. More people want this back. The My Dungeon is printed books. I only got 2 printed, and I just never continued. It involves getting it done. It's just a time thing. I don't have a lot of time. This one also started releasing part of the book. Should I continue? That's pretty popular. So I'm kind of seeing these in order of what people want the most. So, there's this seems to be what people want me to focus on the most. So maybe I should focus on that. Although My Dungeon Life isn't all the way out. It's not like I can finish it. I can just get the next few books out. And then maybe focus on this as well. I do want to get more Power of Creation out. I'd like to get the first volume out, and then keep going from there. And then this, it's like, see, there's just not a lot of push for it. I know it's only a difference of a few votes, 12 votes, but that's just not a big, strong push that says I should spend an extra $300 a month to make that comic. This one, at the very least, would make me money on a basis. The reason I don't like doing these is because I don't want to do the script, because you almost have to do the script or redo the script, and I was just having my guy do it for me, and I don't want to have to do it myself. So I would need someone who can do it for me. And then he'd have to be good at it, and he might not be. So it's kind of one of the things. It's who you find that can do it. I've had good luck in the past, but since the recession, I don't know if I can find another person. And last questions were on AI. Whether it's okay if I use it or not. To be honest, full discrepancy, I use AI mostly to help. Nothing writes. I should be clear about that. Nothing writes. When you use AI, basically, I plug in my own starting scene. I plug in all the conditions I want them to remember, and then I click generate, and it generates about 300 to 500 characters of text. So about a paragraph or 2. And then I will either like that paragraph or I will reject the paragraph. And if I reject it, it'll generate something new. Sometimes it's very difficult to use because they like to focus on words and people saying things. So I'll be like trying to write a sex scene, and they'll be like trying to have them have conversations during it, and I'm just like, don't want that. Like I said, I mostly use it because I used to have a lot of trouble writing erotica. Just because it all kind of blends together eventually, once you've written 100 scenes, and sometimes I just can't come up with the next adjective or verb or body part to focus on, and in order to get around that, I actually had paid a couple writers to just ghost write random sex scenes, and I created my own little sex scene bibliography. I'm not even joking here. If you go through my writings, I have an entire folder full of scenes I've hired people to write just so that I have a template to work off of. And the AI has allowed me to get around that I don't. It's a lot easier for me to write erotica now. In fact, I'd say erotic scenes are the easiest thing for me to write because I use the AI to help push things along. come up with adjectives and positions and things. So that's the only time I use AI. And if that disappoints somebody that my AI has been partially, like I said, there's not a single sentence it writes that I don't have to fix up. And I mean, I almost paraphrase what it gives me. It's just giving me the idea. Rarely is it actually like, oh, I'm going to leave that perfectly. I usually have to change up quite a bit because it always wants to insert things that are incorrect in there. But that's the kind of help I get. I don't usually use it for any other scene. I don't need it most of the time. Once in a blue moon, if I'm just completely, like, my brain cannot think of the next line, I might plug it in and get the next line, but that's very rare. It's mostly like, I need a paragraph here of something. And the other way I use AI is if I just can't come up with a description of something or someone, I might plug it into a pseudo-write, and you can highlight and describe things, and it'll tell you basically how something looks, smells, feels. It'll like do all of that, and I sometimes will use that if I need a good description and my brain is not working very well. But that's how I use my AI. That's how I use it, and that's the only way I'll use it. I also use Grammarly. Like I said, to me, AI is when they say AI assisted, Grammarly is AI. Spell check is AI. It's just at what advancement of AI do you consider it? But I think most people say it's okay to use it for writer's block, or they don't care at all. I mean, there is a subset here that said they don't want AI used to write any of the work, but I don't know. So I guess I'm pissing off about 70% of my base, but that is the level of... See, I don't know why you would... Okay, whatever. I do not want you using AI to edit your work. Okay. I don't think AI is at the point of using editing work, but like I said, I would even consider Grammarly AI if you really wanted to be honest. But I just consider it another tool, like any other tool, and I use it as a tool. It is not sufficient enough to replace me as a writer. I don't worry about that. And like I said, even when it does write erotic scenes, I have the ultimate say over it. And before I was using that, I was still using other authors. It wasn't necessarily 100% me. I mean, then that's been from the beginning. Remember back when I used to write scenes with Rookie, and Rookie, because he'd do the erotic scenes and I would do the other stuff. Because I'm just from the get-go, I've told people I don't read erotica. I'm not a big erotica person, so that's where it's at, and it's helped me, and that's how I'm able to continue to deliver better than I used to. I mean, if you recall 3 years ago, I used to stall a lot, and it was usually because I would get stalled on erotica scenes, but I don't get stalled on those anymore because I can just use the AI. I have been going around and updating older images. This doesn't seem to have nearly as much rejection, which I think is funny, because I think, morally speaking, I think using AI to write some words is less than using AI to completely redo art. But you know, I don't know. That's kind of I kind of silly. That people would have more of a rejection to the writing than the images. But no, AI's been a blessing with the images, and I'm only touching the surface here, and I know AI is only going to get better too. But I mean, like I said, I spent so much money on images over the years, and just seeing all these images get spoofed up updates. I mean, I might have shown some of you already just some of the stuff that that has been improved as a result of um of those updates. There's I recently redid all the NTR covers, and just for people who didn't see it, I'll bring it up because this hasn't been a long enough one. So I was redoing the NTR Crush covers, and you have those are the original covers. That one. But I was able to redo them with my AI. Oh, here. So I had this run as my original cover, which I had some art. I don't even know who the original artist was on that one. That one got kind of messed up, but then I was able to regenerate it, and then I got oh gosh, where are you? This cover. So I was able to do that, and yeah, I consider that improvement. And then there was this one is a really nice fix. This was the original cover. Like I said, I don't even remember who the artist was for those. They were a cheaper artist, but at the time I didn't have anyone better, and so that's kind of who I stuck with. But then now I have this cover. So, yeah. And that's just, like I said, plugging in with AI, and then creating a better thing. I don't even know if I want to keep them all, but this one was difficult. The butt one. Where's the butt one? Oh, that's the original image. That one was very difficult to get it to properly register, but I ended up coming up with that. So that worked pretty nicely. And then I had my NTR Crush one, this is the Tory, but I had it redone and there's a more realistic, I don't know, but a different version of her. That one took a lot of work. Some of them take a lot more work than others. Some of them is just like boom. For example, Maria's. That's Maria's new one. Here's her original image. Nope, that's the older image. Where are you? Where's your original? No, that's not it. That's it. There's the original, and I was able to AIify it. But her hands are still a little weird. I'm not gonna go out of my way to fix them though. I don't know. I could. I haven't done anything with those images yet. I just saying the AI has made a big difference with images, and I've been very excited about that. As far as doing them for something like Moth, I haven't really been doing portraits yet. I've been redoing all the erotica scenes from MDL. You'll probably notice I'll be putting them up. I already put up the first 2 volumes. I'll be putting up the other volumes soon, whenever I have time and get around to it. And that is a major improvement of what the erotica looks like. I don't know if I want to redo. I mean, I guess I can redo all the portraits, but I don't know. I guess I can redo everything. I mean, people said I'm going up to older images. I could technically update everything, and I'm sure everything I update would be better looking than the original. I don't know. I know I am hiring an artist. If it makes anyone feel better for my new art, I am hiring an artist. So every AI image, well, not everyone, but a lot of the AI images that I do will have an artist behind them. But I'm going to take their art and then I'm going to plug it in to the AI and have it generate something nicer. So they're going to provide the template. It's kind of the same way I was doing with the erotica scenes. They're going to provide the template, which the AI is then going to make better. And it's I have an illustrator who's just very very cheap, very gritty ditty. He's actually the guy who I did the original art with, and I don't want to bring that up for fear I would actually get some erotica on here that'll get my stream pulled down, but because I don't know what's in those folders. But the art itself was I've shown some of it on Discord. He did kind of the original Power of Creation art, those erotica images, and once I plugged them through and got them AIified, they're quite nice. So I'm having him continue to do that. He's drawing other erotica images for me, and then I'm going to take those images and AIify them. So he only charges me a couple, like $10 per image, and that just gives me the template. Because if I don't have a template to work off of, it's very hard sometimes to get the AI to put people in positions or to make people look like what I want them to look like. So by using AI, I can skip a lot of the difficulties and get consistency, especially across, say, a series of 5 images where I want the same girl. You can kind of look in my women's pleasure dungeon, because those don't have templates, so you can see like the main girl Misty with her green hair that seems to randomly change colors and boobs that seem to change colors. It's very difficult to maintain that standard across differing images when you don't have a template. So that's how I'm using an artist now. So I am using an artist. All my AI, or most of my AI, will have an artist behind it. But it's still, I'm using it as a cheat to keep down pricing by quite a lot. And I pay for my AI too. My AI is not a free thing. I use a service that I pay for. How do you feel about stories where you have a picture every single one? I was wondering what people thought about that. I suppose that's more or less expectation. I don't think I could do that with a lot of other art because, like I said, the same problem. It's very difficult to position sex scenes and stuff. I did. Ooh, I can show you guys that. Show you something new for those of you who are still with me this long. There is a art that I produced. I already showed you guys. I put up Automatic Girlfriend, but there was another story I recently wrote where I created the art for all the girls, and I have not put that up for you guys to see. And I am trying to remember what story it was. It was... Why can I not remember? I seriously created, like, the images. It's Campy Women's Dungeon. I do not... Oh, was it? Oh, yeah, that is what... It's for sex trafficking for dummies. While I was reading through it, I kind of got motivated to redo the girls, and so I created art for each of them. So this is the princess Alea. This is this is the main girl. Oh gosh, I can't remember names at the moment. Not Diana. Diana's the daughter, but the MILF woman. Here's the elf girl. So those are the three. Yeah, I noticed they're all blonde. That was actually, I don't know why, but prostitutes are typically blonde. So in my mind, I made them all blonde. You know, a princess, it makes sense princesses are blonde. It makes sense she's blonde. And my first girl, I just happened to make blonde. So they're all blonde, only she has green eyes, they have blue eyes. That was entirely just what ended up happening. It's just they all have blonde hair. They don't on the cover. I know you guys have seen the cover for Sex Trafficking. I do have a picture for Diana too, but because of the weirdness with lollies and stuff, I'm not gonna put it up here on YouTube and risk getting problems. So you'll have to when I put the gallery up, you'll have to go look at it there. It's not too scandalous, but it is scandalous enough that I'd rather not put it on YouTube. Alright. Anyway, this was that question I mentioned at the beginning. This is if you said you haven't read anything. Do you know I have a website that has a ton of stories on it? Do you know that I have a membership and what the membership gives you? And the only reason I ask these is just so people know. Because now they knew. That's 34 people who didn't know before, but now they know. And that's the name of the game, I guess. That's why I did that. What kind of author do you believe me? This was just kind of my curious. I wanted to see how ubiquitous, because some people say I'm an NTR author. I wanted to know how people see me as an author. And it looks like harem erotica isekai is the kind of author they see me to be. And that's fine. That's what I see myself as well. I don't see myself as an NTR or a cuckold author. I don't really see myself as a dark fantasy author. Slavery, I actually do see myself a bit more incest. I'm surprised incest isn't higher up on here, because I do see myself as a bit of an incest author. But I suppose if most people's experience with me would be my dungeon life, then these three would be their understanding. Alright, this is the end of it. These are the comments. We can read through a couple before I sign off, I guess. Is it hard to remember all the points of your stories? Sometimes. If it's a story I'm interested, like I have an investment, of where it's fun to write it, I tend to remember things a bit better. I do occasionally forget elements. I don't like going back and doing ebook stories, because I'll often introduce elements that I forget about. And for whatever reason, when I go back and write an ebook chapter on the side, it doesn't stick in my head as well, and so I've often introduced complete errors as a result of those side chapters. It was very prevalent in NTR Crush. I did that a couple of times. I remember most points though, and I do have. I've been getting better about it. I used to have a book, and I had all the stuff written in the book, and then I lost the book in my move to the house. Now I have Google spreadsheets, and you can see I have them right up here. Like, here's the breakdown of all the characters' skills, the skills I've mentioned, what chapter I've mentioned those skills, what jobs. So people say, oh, you need to write all this stuff. It's written down. I've got it written down. I also got a mention of the dungeon point system, how many dungeon points he had, which skills and stuff he had, and things like that. Combination skills. So I write the stuff down, but it's sometimes doesn't get written down. Sometimes I don't update. Sometimes when I'm in the groove and I'm writing, I don't think, oh yeah, I just added a skill. I need to go into my Excel and add it. And so a lot of this is not accurate. And when I depend on it, I'm almost always wrong. But I try my best. And then other ones, Tails is even more difficult. If you thought that was complex, I have this whole this whole thing. And then on top of that, I also have to explain what the skills do. So I have title explanations, and then I have skills and the skill list, and make sure all those make up sense. And yeah, so that's so I do have them. They're not accurate most of the time. I've even sent the people through to read my stories and make sure they're accurate. And they might be at the beginning, but it's, the longer a story goes, the harder it becomes to remain accurate. There's actually a chapter in my dungeon life hidden on my website somewhere. I forget what it's called, but it has all the skills that the characters had at the end of every volume. But it only went up to about volume 8 or 9, and then it just became overwhelming, and we didn't continue to make it. So it's accurate up until volume 10 at least, I think. But yeah, I do my best to remember stuff, but when it's the complex skill stuff, I don't necessarily remember it as well. I do have bacteria all written up, and I reincarnated in a single cell. I actually finished the system before I wrote the book, so that system should be pretty stable. Shouldn't be prone to mistakes. Yeah. Thanks. I was reading this. I'm not sure. Yeah, I guess. People can pay me to write what they want, and I'm pretty affordable when it comes down to that. You know, I charge less to write a book than the editors want to charge me to to edit that same book. Which is, so apparently if there's slave labor going on, I'm also slave labor. Because, Master in Dungeon, I think he paid me about, you don't know who he is, and I don't think it matters if I tell you. I think he paid me $750 twice, so I think it was $1,500 is how much he paid me to write Master and Dragon. And I Am My Own Grandpa, I think around $800 is how much I got for that. So, in case you're curious. And then Koi's Exchange I was paid for as well. I think that was also around $800. So, that's how much I take from people when I to write a book. To write a complete book that you want of your concept. Although, like I said, it does cut in, and I do monetize it. I do consider it my book that I can continue to sell and monetize. If you want to have me to ghostwrite a book, that's a different story. That might cost a little more. I usually double the price, so it would be double that for ghostwriting. In which case it'd be your story, and I wouldn't have any claim to it. I'm wondering if doubling's enough. I've never had anyone ask me to ghostwrite anything before, but I'm kind of depend on being able to write and deliver my writings, so I don't know if I want to get caught in ghostwriting. Thank you, appreciate it. I hope as long as we are here as fans, your stories have a beginning, middle, and end. Please don't feel pressured to always rush. Let's see. Cybern's adventure never end despite his comments last chapter. Or maybe Kindred Paradise to have its own twist and maybe make it Mira as goddess. So he's kind of talking about making some kind of collection where you would kind of like have a story reader like the when they tried to do in the Gold of Medan or whatever that's called. That video game, the one that was made by the people who made Until Dawn, the Ghost of Medan or something like that. um, where you have like a narrator who's like, and today we'll learn about da 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 da, and that basically creating a tying throughput between different stories, and it will allow you to do one shots as well. It would be an interesting way to give. I've wanted to give Watch Hand something to do. The girl at the top, as some kind. I mean, she's got a lot of images. She does the season's greetings, and I usually make fun of her for that. And I give her naughty pictures for holidays, and she'll occasionally parody songs and stuff. If you've read that, maybe giving her some kind of collection of erotica where she does that would be interesting. It could give her a chance to flesh out her own personality. I'm willing to consider it. I would need to develop it more though. And I don't know. I've tried collections before. I had the collection right here, 3 erotica stories with strangers. I was thinking of doing just a series of collective stories, and nobody wasn't very popular. See, even now it only has 1 comment, and that comment is clearly a spammer. Yeah, that is So nobody seemed to be very interested in my story, in my smaller one shots. Then again, some people have different ideas of what a one shot is. Some people feel like a one shot is a 10,000 word story, and I've written 2 of those as well. I got this one. I cheated on my. It really should be a one shot. It's over here in memberships because I have it locked, but I really should just unlock it and make it a one shot. I might do that. Aaron is my son. Is like 10,000 words. And not on my site. I didn't realize it wasn't on my site anymore. Or ever. Yeah, I don't know. I would consider one shots, but they're just don't do very popular. I would write more one shots if anyone cared to read them. Thanks for your hard work, and even though I haven't read anything, I love the work. Yeah, well, most people are very nice in these comments, so it's a good chance for me to feel better about myself. Because sometimes when you don't hear anything or you only hear the complaints, I mean, I've shown in previous videos just how many people complain about me on other sites. They just want to talk crap. Sex chat, it can get on your nerves. It can get on your what do we call it? Your sense of self in your not come up with the word. Anyway, sex trafficking for dummies is awesome. Please bat it back. Yeah, I'm with me rereading it all. I mean, it was only a 1,300 chapter story, but with me having access to AI art and me being able to, I might very well bring STD back. It will probably be after I've caught up with all the other chapters, but it's very, very, very possible I will bring STD back. Because just it would be an easy one to pick up and continue to write, and like I said, it's not too bad. Keep it up and bring back Dread Pirates. That probably won't get brought back, unfortunately. Just not very. Until this guy mentioned this, I'd seen some of these before. I haven't watched most of the comments, but just the first 100 people I had already looked once before, back when there were only like 100 comments or 100 responses. I forgot this was a book. Most of you probably haven't heard of it. I put it out specifically on web novels. Someone paid me to write a chapter or 2, and then I got motivated. I was gonna write as a web novel series, and then and then I just never continued it. I don't know. I lost interest, but it's a different story than what I usually write. It's more kind of, I guess, I guess if there was a tone familiar of Zero, is kind of what I was going for with it. But yeah, I got a few chapters of that out. It's basically about a guy who reincarnates into the mind of like a shepherd's boy or something. I can't remember what is, but that book exists. I wrote it. It's on Web Novel. I think it's got like 3 chapters that probably should get put on my site. She's right. I like your newest story from reverse isekai. That has been great so far. I don't know which one's reverse isekai. Do you mean reincarnated? I wouldn't call it my newest story. I don't know any other story that is reverse isekai on my site that I've done recently. It's not Women's Pleasure Dungeon. It's not Boops, I Banged My Bully's Mom. That's not isekai at all. In fact, that's one of the few stories I write that's not isekai. I never even thought about that, but yeah, that's I write so many isekai, I always put isekai in there somehow. It's kind of funny the few I don't. I would like to move Apocalypse back up to 2 a week. It used to be 2 a week, but I got overwhelmed. And I don't want to get overwhelmed again. So if there are 2 things I did, it would probably be Apocalypse twice a week and STD. But that would pretty much bring me back up to my pre-drop release speed. And that speed, if I recall, did not leave me very much room to write anything extra. So whenever anyone wanted an extra chapter, or I wanted to do an extra chapter, it put a lot of stress on me. And so I'm not sure if I can handle that release speed, since I'm already handling, 2 releases a day in most things, or at least 2 releases a day is kind of where I feel like I can handle, but that depends on the releases. When it's a 3,000 word story, I really only feel like 1 release a day. If it's MDL or sex trafficking, I could probably do 2 a day. And that's kind of how I have it shaped. If you know, as World of Women, I don't have that done the same day as I have an MDL or something like that. But first, like I said, I need to get through the 30, 40 some chapters people have ordered from me. I probably should put a list up of all the chapters I need to write for people. Instead of you just kind of taking my word for it that I'm doing it. But, because I got about 10 chapters of Oops, the Bully's Mom. I got about 11 chapters of Rise of the Midnight. I got about 3 chapters of The Last Dread Pirate. I finished all the Women's Pleasure Dungeon chapters. I finished the Automatic Girlfriend chapters. I was working on the STD chapters, and that's what got me rereading the entire series, and that spent quite a while working on that. Do you still keep up with Arifureta? Is it still releasing? Seriously? Is Arifureta really still coming out? Or do you mean the anime? Because the web novel had the after story. And I'll be honest with you, I didn't read the after story. I got about 3 or 4 chapters in, and it just, I don't know, it didn't appeal to me. I hear a lot of people say they like the after story more than the original story, but I wasn't that big into it. And it wasn't being translated by me, so it kind of just moved in on by itself. I have watched the first season of the anime. It was very the AI, or I'm not the AI, the CGI was just so bad, and I don't know, it had its issues. I have not watched the second season. I've been meaning to. I've been kind of wanting to. I'm not big into watching anime as much as I used to be. And it honestly kind of depresses me a little bit when I see all these stories getting anime that, I know I'm never going to get an anime done, and I know some of my books are better than some of these. Like, freaking Slave Harem's getting an anime, Slave Harem in a Dungeon, and I'm like, what? That trash is getting an anime? What is it? Oh, I hate that story so much. I just can't believe uh, that they'd actually put money into drawing that crap. Anyway. And then here I am with MDL and all my other stories, and I know none of my shit's ever going to get animated. There is one chance my stuff would get animated, and if I paid for it myself. What I would really love to do, I would really love to get Tales of a Seductress animated. Maybe first do as a manga, and then do as an anime, and I would really want it to be, as obscene as it's depicted in the book. It'd be a hentai, obviously, but it would also be, with a very complex story, and I would love to see that turned into a real thing. And I know that would never happen unless I personally pay for it. And the only way I'd be able to personally pay for it is if I had some point where my books kicked off and were viral. But as much as you guys support me and as well as I do as an author, I'm not one of these people that's popular enough where I could put up a Kickstarter and instantly get $100,000. And that's kind of the problem with a lot of it, because what I've been trying to change, that's kind of why I've had interest in YouTube and stuff, because these YouTube people might not make a lot, but they get seen by a lot of people, and they have a popularity where it's like, if they, like my card game, like I even if I put the card game out on Kickstarter, I don't think there'd be very many people coming to pay for it, right? There would not be a big sudden rush of people. I mean, there never is when my ebooks are sold. There's never is when I finish a novel. I just don't think there would be with any, like, if I tried to get something adapted and I tried to raise money for it, like a Kickstarter, get people like, I don't know, Clownfish TV, where he does his YouTube commentary, and that's created him this audience, and then he uses that audience to sell his comics. And I kind of feel like I need to do that. There's a lot of people like that on YouTube who created some commentary site in order to create a big base of people, and then they direct that base of people to their stuff to sell. And I think that's what I have to do if I want to get more readers. I have to create some kind of content on YouTube that would draw enough people, and it would need to be people, the kind of people that would want the kind of content I write. But yeah. But I would love to, if I had that, to do a fundraiser and get, you say, the manga, to get a comic book version of Tales. A lot of people ask for MDL. I just don't think MDL's a good one to do, for a lot of reasons. I mean, the main character is kind of this fat, chubby guy that then he changes over time, and it's kind of a slow start novel. I'm with a lot of stuff happening first. I mean, if I imagine the anime, the first 5 episodes would be the first 5 volumes. So if people want to see how I pace things out in my mind, each volume would be stuck into a single 20-minute anime. So everything up in volume 1 would just be one thing. So the story would probably end around volume 12, or the first season would probably end around the defeat of Demon Lord Aberrus. outside of Chom, and that would be one season, and that's 12 volumes. But I don't know. I think Tales has would be a lot cooler to do, just as a hentai slash thing. But once again, I can't do it with my current popularity level, and I just don't have. I need PR, and I just don't have. I actually hired someone who could help me with PR. They were so allegedly there was someone who worked at a PR firm too, but they barely did anything for me, and even some of the advice they gave me was bad advice, and in the end they ended up, I stopped using them because they just weren't helpful, and they supposedly worked for a PR firm. This was a person who was doing PR on the side, but I just didn't feel they were doing anything. Anyway. Keep up the good work. Your main stories have truly great world building and attaching characters. A smut here and there is a nice boon, but the story itself is what's important. Good writer, focus. And check the problem part of the site on Discord at least twice a week. Well, I'm always on Discord, but I don't check. I'll check my report technical issues, but I won't check report corrections. Just because it does mentally, it's not good for me mentally to constantly be corrected. Because I'll get more corrections from people than I'll get positive comments, and it's not great for my mind, for my mental health. That's why I stopped doing it. Only following 2 series currently. If changing access on having choice of 2 instead of 1, would be more willing to pay for that. I mean, technically you would be able to pick 2. It'd just be $4. You can buy 2 memberships. I really enjoyed reading your books. I mean, books are complete as books complete. I mean, they'll take a year, a lot of them. Some will take longer. I'm almost done, by the way. I'm just finishing up. All the way right. I have been a sucker for World of Women. There's a movie about the way you manage. Expert since almost all I read is that. Apocalypse is a joy to read. I hope it gets more chapters by week. I'm happy with how things are. I really like Tales of Seductress. I want to see more works with female characters from you. Once again, when I write them, they're not very popular. Master and Dragon, Boss and I. Not getting a lot of good feedback from female leading stories. Future survey have buttons for those who have only seen 1 or 2 of your stories. I did. I did have a button. You didn't press it. I don't know. Yeah. A way to bookmark chapters is read. I think you only got through that section if you weren't a member. If you were already a member, so that's probably why I didn't see it. I love how you write. What you write? Thank you. Excellent writing material. Very great dungeon life. I don't speak Spanish. I get to go to work. I really like your work. This is the humor and depth you can put in them. The Slave was great. Thank you. You have a number of stories available now. I think some kind of search feature would be nice. I have been working on this. I had a friend who's kind of trying to put it together. I really don't know how to build it, though, in a way that would be useful and functional. But I am trying to build something that will allow you to at least find like a search tool to find what books you would like to read a little easier. The only novels I will pay for. Thanks, thank you. Surveys, some of the questions I've benefit from being multiple choice. Bad wording on some too, like. Some of the stories are wild to get into, but I must say I can't really. You know, I wonder if some people that like making money in the apocalypse, I realize that it's basically Fallout. I wonder if they think I'm more creative than I actually am, because the world is kind of lifted from the makings of Fallout, so it's really not my fantasy world. It's just a carbon copy, or I mean, it's different. It's not the same, but the way it fell was because of a virus. It wasn't from nuclear fallout, and the nuclear fallout came after because of the failing, which is more how it would really work. If you think about it, nuclear bombs don't cause nuclear fallout. Otherwise, those cities, Hiroshima and stuff, would be unlivable. But they rebuilt on them pretty soon afterwards. It's nuclear power plants failing. That's what makes the world unlivable. My thing where we're going to post ads. If I knew a way to post ads and spread my website, I would. That's the thing holding me back the most, I think, because I have tons of content. I just have no way of spreading. At least like I said, I desperately need a PR guy. If anyone knows someone, I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to make it happen. I do know a lot of my stuff gets blacklisted, and it's not, the easy ways of advertising, Google and stuff. I get blocked. I have managed to get a Facebook page up and running, and then I violated the services on it accidentally. Stupidly, too. Oh my gosh, this actually made me angry. So I wanted to post chapter releases to my what do you call it? I wanted to post chapter releases to Facebook, so that it will automatically make when I released a chapter, it would announce it on Facebook. That's fine, but apparently, if you have any freaking picture on your post, it will automatically take that picture and attach it to your Facebook. And so when I did Power of Creation and I had naughty pictures, posted at the very bottom, that was not a header. That was not the post's official picture, but it decided to post it on my Facebook automatically without my consent. And I ended up getting charged with posting porn. So I got in trouble on Facebook almost immediately. And I'm so pissed about that, because that's also the only freaking post that I post where I post a naughty picture with it, and it just had to be while I was putting out Facebook. So I don't know what condition my Facebook's in. I don't know if I've lost permissions to post or what. It's very weird. But I might still have a page. I'm not sure. I knew it originally, they banned me, and then I go ahead and do some stupid shit because of an automatic Facebook thing. But no, right now I'm not really doing anything with the Facebook. That's another thing. Like I said, I could use a PR person, somebody who knows how to network and get hits and knows how to make things popular. That's what I need. And like I said, my only idea is YouTube. Is trying to create a YouTube thing that's talk about whatever, and then using that as a means of collecting a group of interested people. And once I got those interested people, I can direct them towards my content. And that's why I've been looking at YouTube more and more. But I'm not very knowledgeable about it, and I've had a lot of issues, so I haven't really progressed. Let's finish this up. We're getting on 4 hours here. It appears as Dungeon Life has some bonus chapters. And thank you for You are amazing. I would like to see a continuation of the story Isekai NTR. I had the ability to pay it during Christmas. I said $20 for any sponsor chapter, No one sponsored Isekai NTR. By the way, the chapters have not been deleted from the site. Huh. They are deleted from the site, but for some reason the link got deleted. It must have been a mistake. Yeah, I don't know. No, it's over here. It got moved over to here. Yeah, they're right here. It's still here. No one paid for it. You could have paid for the whole. I mean, it's about $5 for a chapter. It's a bit about $100 per part. It would have been $300 while it was on sale. You could have paid for the rest of the story. I didn't get any money for it, so it's not going to be written. You wanted Isekai NTR, I gave you a chance. No one was willing to pay. That makes me not want to continue it. Meanwhile, I got a lot of people paying to continue, you know. Someone paid to complete Please Help Me, so that'll probably be finished. Somebody paid me to write Women's Pleasure Dungeon. That's why Women's Pleasure Dungeon got a bunch of chapters. It's like, sometimes I know it's like not fair where somebody can swoop in and dump $100 at the right time, but that's kind of how it works. I was just telling somebody, like, if you want, you know, when I do my June survey, I'm going to ask a lot of these questions again, because by that time I'll have finished up I Am My Own Grandpa, and if you wanted to see a story thrive, that might be a good time to dump a bunch of money on pushing out chapters. Because if you push out 5 chapters, it'll jump to human consciousness, and might get more votes, more sites, or whatever. It just is the way it is. It's not me intentionally trying to extort people. I'm just saying when I write more chapters of a story, or when I see a story being hired, it kind of tells me people want that story. That's what got Guy on a Spaceship written in the first place. I originally wasn't writing it, but someone kept sponsoring chapters, and eventually got picked up for a volume. But then it got stopped again because people lost interest. If somebody continued to come up and say, "Oh, I want more, I want more, I want more," I guess what? It probably would keep going. And like I said, I'm not asking anyone to spend any money. That's not what I'm implying. I'm just saying when it's just how it is. Now, theoretically, people who are in my highest tiers, the $50 and $100 tiers, can actually push me to write stuff too. I'm glad they don't, because if they did, I'm not sure I'd be able to keep up. But yeah, I mean that's an option as well. Someone actually mentioned they might do that once I'm caught up. They might become a high tier member and push me to write something monthly, one a month until it's done. I can't remember what it was though. Perfect examples. Oh, I love your style, originality. How are you surprised to come from the ways half the climates comes from random bullshit? Guy in a spaceship, the wedding scene. And everything. I don't know. It's starting off nice. Still figuring out how to keep it up. All kinds of this and die. I would love to keep going. I liked that story. I thought that was a very cool story. It's just pure testosterone. It's like 300 the book, and nobody reads it. I don't know. I really thought it would have more popularity, but I have not heard any. Even we've been through the whole survey, I have not seen any of it being pointed out as anyone's interest. Like I said, I really like this story. I thought it kicked ass, but it's 15 chapters in, and it's oops, I banged my bully's mom. That's showing 10 times as much popularity, and that's what I'm talking about right there. That's because I like this story. I thought it's a very cool story. It's basically written like a Greek epic, so it's like all the women are super beautiful, all the men are barrel chested with sweaty. It's just it's just one of those. It's just a fun testosterone fueled story, of basically a gladiator becoming a king, and nobody reads it. Barely heard of. Anyway, finally, generally by FFA for a month, read everything new, and then let it lapse. You can do that. I can't force nobody to do nothing. You don't do me any favors when you pay less, but if it's what you need to afford things, that's all good. I quite enjoyed reading MDL, and I intend to read it in its conclusion. The humor is consistent. Not easy living a type of this guy. I'm glad people like Apocalypse. I really wasn't sure how people have been liking Apocalypse lately. I know a lot of people did not like Series 2, the Volume 2, where he got captured and tortured. But I am glad that finding a lot of people are liking it. And then I Reincarnated is the best tarot novel with characters so far I've read. Based on what? that comment's very funny to me. The best harem novel. Based on what? Just his character? Yeah, he's a playboy womanizer, but he's been a bacteria. I don't know why would you think it has such great potential before? You haven't even seen the world he's a part of yet. That's what I'm saying. It's a slow burn. I'm glad people are excited about it. I was hoping people would like it. To be honest with you, it reads off more like a textbook half the time. I'm explaining biology terms. If you take this, you might actually understand Biology 101 if you read that book. It's very funny. Because I explain biology terms, because the skills are all biology terms, and then I explain how they work. So I was waiting for someone to mention how it's basically a giant biology lesson. By the end, you'd have like a basic understanding of cellular genetics. But the best harem novel. I find it hilarious because there hasn't been a single girl introduced yet. It's just his character because of the first chapter. I don't know. Alright, so that's it for my survey. That was 264 responses. Good amount. I do think when I finish I Am My Own Grandpa, that this survey tells me Tales, the fourth final book of Tales is going to be coming out. I'm also going to be looking at STD, putting that out. And I may knock Apocalypse up to 2. So those would be the 3 changes I might make before next June. And it really depends on when I Am My Own Grandpa ends, how long it takes to write that. Like I said, it's about 20 chapters. It's already 5 or 6 in. So that would put it at, I don't know, let's go 15 chapters divided by 4. So 4 months would put us into May. So that would be May. And like I said, after I Am My Own Grandpa, because I Am My Own Grandpa is a 3,000 word like chapter, so it's a pretty long chapter. When it's done, 2,000 word chapter would be Tales, is what I used to do with Tales, and adding 1,300 words with sex trafficking wouldn't be bad, so I wouldn't be against adding both. As far as adding Apocalypse, that would be packing on top of what I'm already writing, and we'll just have to see what mood I'm in by that point in time. But that's really what I'm looking at doing. And that's really all I have. 4 hours, a little over. We went through the survey. I talked about stuff. Did anyone else have any other questions for me that I didn't answer? I might have missed your question earlier. If you want to re-ask it, sometimes I don't see things or I don't understand things. And thank you guys all. Like I said, I really appreciate all the support you received over the last couple of years. Definitely over the last 3 years have been tough since the economy and things are getting more expensive. I don't know when or if I'm going to set up the new system. I am concerned that if I try to add tiers, that it won't play nice with some of the previous modifications I've had to my site. I'm very concerned that it might cause me to say, like my Patreon and Subscribestar might not be able to connect. It might be at a point where those $2 tiers will only work on my website and nowhere else. I'm not sure. I will think about it. There might be a way, I would probably have to hire a guy to mod, but I wonder, am I still teaching? No, they never took me back last year. The Christian school didn't feel I was Christian enough. Har har. I found a job, but they called me off the first day I was supposed to work, and then they shut down for a month. And the job is not full-time. It's not a lot of teaching. It's helping disadvantaged kids become basically get their GED. So these are like court-mandated kids, 17 to 21, usually coming from pretty bad families who are trying to earn their GEDs. And it would be twice a month or twice a week I would go for that. But like I said, they kind of disappeared on me, and I have not gotten a call back. I was supposed to do a shadow last month, and then the person got sick, and then they have not called me since then. I should be calling them honestly on Monday and see if they still want me. My wife doesn't think I should work. She doesn't want me working. She thinks I should just dedicate my time to this, and I probably should, because if I can get back to making what I used to make, we'd be in a lot better situation than we are right now. It's just been a lot of bad luck for us. Like I said, I lost all those investments. I lost in the fall. We got a house. I got these 10 acres, so everything's way more expensive. But then a couple months ago, the government decided to jack up the taxes. So not only was I paying, but they added an extra $500 on top of that. And then I ended up, they were supposed to pay off our student loans. Remember, Biden promised paying off all the student loans. So I held off on paying off my student loan to see what would happen. And in the end of the day, he didn't pay off my student loan. So now I have to start making those payments again. So that was another payment that kicked in. On top of that, my son has a trip that they threw on us. It's for 2025, but they want it all paid up like a year in advance to send him to Europe. And I want my son. I never got to have a Europe trip for reasons of my own, and I really wanted him to be able to go to Europe with his class, and that's like $5,000. So I have to pay him $500 a month into that, and on top of that, I have my air conditioning went out, so we're gonna have to find some way of fixing our air conditioning. My water heater went out, so all the money I made doing the $20 thing, with you guys helping me out for Christmas, that Christmas sale. All those sponsor chapters is just breaking even for my water heater, because I had to get a water heater. So that's good. And even with all of that, I'm basically in a cottage I can't heat, because we don't have proper heating units in here, and yeah, so it's kind of a mess for us. We're trying to get up a mini farm started. That's kind of what my wife has wanted, and so we got 10 acres, and we got chickens, and we got bunnies. Our bunnies have not had any success breeding. They've bred, but the babies all die. The mother doesn't seem to take care of the babies at all. And so we're trying to get a farm going on top of everything else. But yeah. Anyway, so I have a lot of bills that have about 3 times the many bills as I had, and they all started coming back at once. So I had an extra $2,000 in bills suddenly hit me, and on top of that, I'm making half of what I made, 3 years ago. My Patreon's half of where it was, and none of the others have really risen. My Amazon, because I haven't been putting out ebooks, my Amazon's down. That's the one that I could recover the quickest, would be Amazon. Because once I start putting ebooks in Amazon, I'm sure I'm going to get more sales. But my editors keep quitting on me, and that's what keeps the vicious cycle going. After 6 months of having editor after editor quit on me, I'm kind of just starting to think I need to just put them out without as much editing. I mean, and there's no telling what I have to a certain level of edit. It's my personal integrity here. But when it comes to not putting out books in 6 months or more, like a year, I haven't really been putting out any books reliably for 2 years now. And I have only put out 1, maybe 2 books in the last year. That's just, maybe I just need to start doing it solo. I do have people who will look through them and edit them, but and I mean, no offense to you guys, you're great. Those of you who volunteer to edit, but most are not at a level where it's like, this is an edited work for Amazon. This is published, but it's still better than nothing, I guess. Anyway, that's my. I'm just saying my situation I'm in, why I'm being the way I'm being. I know, like, 3 years ago, if you listened to me, I was like, I'm rolling in the money, everything's great, and I was just like, I can barely afford anything. But yeah, that's the economy for you. Any other questions? Does your wife read your books? No, she doesn't. She won't read my books at all. She shows almost no interest in them. Like I said, I wrote a book for my children, and they won't read that book. So it's kind of sad. You'd think they'd care, but they don't. They support me in other ways. Anyway, if no one else has got any questions, I almost don't want to end it on that sad note, but yeah, thank you all for everything. You guys have been great. Like I said, you got me through a lot of tough times. You've allowed me to do something. I still love doing this. I'm not broken yet. I've been able to bring my pace back up. Remember, when I was teaching, I totally declined in writing speed, but because of just the mentally exhausting teaching, that I didn't even realize how much it would hurt. But now that I'm out of teaching, it took a while to get my stamina back up, but I think the last 2 months I've shown I have the stamina again. So I can keep putting out, a bunch of chapters a day. No problem here. So thank you all for listening. Thank you for staying with me. And see you guys later. Have a good one.